happy summer. I'm supposed to read this book in the spring because it's called Spring Snow, but I just don't have the motivation to do it. And this book is like freaking fucking long. So I'm like a bit, like, hesitant, or I don't know, like, just feeling like maybe I should. Oh, I see. I see. Sorry, I'm like doing something. So, okay. Alright, so I've just been like for like 5 minutes. Anyway, so today, why do I feel like doing notables? Is because I finally, thankfully, finally receive the last of my books from Books Depository. You guys know, right, that Books Depository is like closed already. So before they closed in 26th of April, before they closed on 26th of April, I like on the first week of April I bought like 3 books. So 2 of them are Natsume Soseki's books. Honestly, on hindsight, I should have bought the last of Natsume Soseki's book, which is Light and Dark, his unfinished novel. But I didn't do that because that book alone was like 300 ringgit or something like that, which is fucking ridiculous. So I managed, and I couldn't find Natsume Soseki's books easily where I am. And all of my Soseki books are from Books Depository. Like literally, I remember in 2017, I spent like over $50 on like a bunch of Natsume Soseki books, and they were very very cheap at the time. But even like right now, Natsume Soseki books were expensive on Books Depository, and I still spent the money to buy it. So the 2 of the Natsume Soseki books that I bought is one is The Gate, and one is Sorekara and Then. I'll be reading those 2, of course, obviously, when on my stream. But I will also be and I also have another content, which is I've always liked haiku, and I've always liked Basho's haiku. And I've always been trying to find a book of Basho's haiku, which will be in like Japanese, and then translated into English, and then the meaning of the haiku. And I finally found one, and this book were like over 100 ringgit, and I bought it with my 2 Soseki books. And then you know what happened? Books Depository works like this. They have warehouse all over the world, or all over UK or something like that. So the possibility that the 3 books that you bought are from all 3 different warehouse, and they will be sent 3 different parcels for one order is very high. And that was what happened to my parcel. I had 3 parcel. One for the Basho haiku, complete haiku collection book, and then one for Natsume Soseki's Sorekara, and then one parcel for Natsume Soseki's The Gate. So I have 3 parcels, and then I forgot the fact that every time I key in my address in Books Depository's order, the books or the order that I'm supposed to receive always goes into a black hole. I'll never receive the books or whatever. I will have to repurchase it and then send it to my friend's house, right? And because I was like kind of like rushing to get whatever I need to get, somehow I don't know why I was so scared that like the books were sold out or something. I was so scared, so I just bought it and key in my house address, and it's like fucking. Mind you, I bought it in the first week of April, and I got it now, the second week of July. So by the midst of May, I sent them an email and said, "Hey, I still haven't received my order yet, and I know that they are closing operations by on in June, like early June or something like that. So I was scared that if I don't ask for a refund right now, I'm not gonna get my money back. So in case that the books really go into a black hole." Hey, good afternoon, Alexius. Thank you for joining me. Sorry, I'm just like babbling about like my books from Books Depository. Anyway, the short story is that I got my refund and I got my book. So so I gamed the system and got free books out of them, and these are really fucking expensive books. Anyhow, if you check my channel reward right now, there is an additional reward that says read a haiku by Basho. So if you guys are interested in learning more about haiku and learning more about Basho's haiku, please redeem a haiku for me from me, and I'll do that. Anywho, okay, I'm gonna read the book right now. Please take a seat, Alexius. Thank you so much for joining us today. I love your top so much. Okay, please take a seat. I'm gonna start reading now. I'm not gonna waste time babbling about my book order from Books Depository. So RIP, rest in peace, Books Depository. Thank you so much for being in my life for the past 15 years since I discovered you. I love Books Depository. I am very much saddened by its closure. And yeah, we shall start reading now. Today we are reading Yukio Mishima's Spring Snow. I've never read anything by Yukio Mishima yet, but my friend do. It can be quite racy, so we'll see, okay? Spring Snow is the first of 4 books. Okay, it's like it's not a trilogy. What do you call it? Quadrulogy. So Spring Snow is the first of 4 books. The series is called The Sea of Fertility, a cycle of novels. So I'm gonna read Spring Snow, and if I like it, I'm gonna buy the rest of the remaining 3 books of the series. But if I don't like this one, I'm not gonna buy it, and I'm just gonna continue reading Kazuo Ishiguro and Natsume Soseki books. But we'll see, okay? We'll see if we like Spring Snow. Today we are reading Yukio Mishima's Spring Snow, Chapter 1. When conversation at school turned to the Russo-Japanese War, Kiyoaki Matsugae asked his closest friend, Shigekuni Honda, how much he could remember about it. Shigekuni's memories were vague. He just barely recalled having been taken once to the front gate to watch a torchlight procession. The year the war ended, they had both been 11, and it seemed to Kiyoaki that they should be able to remember it a little more accurately. Their classmates, who they talked so knowingly about the war, were for the most part merely embellishing hazy memories with tidbits they had picked up from grown-ups. 2 members of the Matsugae family, Kiyoaki's uncles, had been killed. His grandmother still received a pension from the government thanks to these 2 sons that she had lost, but she never used the money. She left the envelopes unopened on the ledge of the household shrine. Perhaps that was why the photograph which impressed Kiyoaki most out of the entire collection of war photographs in the house was one entitled Vicinity of Tokuri Temple, Memory Services for the War Dead, and dated June 26, 1904, the 37th year of the Meiji era. This photograph, printed in sepia ink, was quite unlike the usual cluttered mementos of the war. It had been composed with an artist's eye for structure. It really made it seem as if the thousands of soldiers who were present were arranged deliberately like figures in a painting to focus on the entire attention of the viewer on the tall cenotaph of unpainted wood in their midst. In the distance, mountains sloped gently in the haze, rising in easy stages to the left of the picture, away from the broad plain at their foot. To the right, they merged into the distance with scattered clumps of trees vanishing into the yellow dust of horizon. And here, instead of mountain, there was a row of trees growing taller as the eye moved to the right. A yellow sky showed through the gaps between them. 6 very tall trees stood at the graceful intervals in the foreground, each placed so as to complement the overall harmony of the landscape. It was impossible to tell what kind they were, but their heavy top branches seemed to bend in the wind with a tragic grandeur. The distant expanse of plains glowed faintly. This side of the mountains, the vegetation lay flat and desolate. At the center of the picture, minute, stood the plain wooden cenotaph, and this altar with flowers lying on it, its white cloth twisted by the wind. For the rest, you saw nothing but soldiers, thousands of them. In the foreground, they would turn away from the camera to reveal the white sun shields hanging from their caps and the diagonal leather straps across their backs. They had not formed up in the neat ranks, but were clustered in groups, heads drooping. A mere handful of the lower left corner had half turned their dark faces towards the camera, like figures in the Renaissance painting. Farther behind them, a host of soldiers stretched away in an immense semicircle to the ends of the plains, so many men that it was quite impossible to tell one from another, and more were grouped away among the trees. The figures of these soldiers, in both foreground and rear, were bathed in a strange half-light that outlined leggings and boots and picked out the curves of the bent shoulders and napes of the neck. This light charged the entire picture with an indescribable sense of grief. From these men, there emanated a tangible emotion that broke in a wave against the small white altar, the flowers, the cenotaph in their midst. From this enormous mass stretching to the edge of the plain, a single thought, beyond all power of human expression, bore down like a great heavy ring of iron in the center. Both its age and its sepia ink tinged the photograph with an atmosphere of infinite poignance. Kiyoaki was 11. Nothing in the household where he had been born would account for his being so sensitive, so prone to melancholy. One would have been hard-pressed to find in that rambling house built on high ground near Shibuya anyone who in any way shared his sensibilities. It was an old samurai family, but Kiyoaki's father, Maki Matsugae, embarrassed by the humble position his forebears had occupied as recently as the end of shogunate 50 years before, had sent the boy, still very much a small child, to be brought up in the household of a court nobleman. Had he not done so, Kiyoaki would not have developed into so sensitive a young man. Marquis Matsugae's residence occupied a large tract of the land beyond Shibuya, on the outskirts of Tokyo. The many buildings spread out over 100 acres, their roofs rising in an exciting counterpoise. The main house was of Japanese architecture, but in the corner of the park stood an imposing Western-style house designed by an Englishman. It was said to be one of the 4 residences in Japan. Marshal Oyama's was the first, and that one might enter without removing one's outdoor shoes. In the middle of the park, a large pond spread out against the backdrop of a hill covered with maples. The pond was big enough to boat on. It had an island in the middle, water lilies in flower, and even water shields that could be picked for the kitchen. The drawing room of the main house faced the pond, as did the banqueting room of the western house. Some of 200 stone lanterns were scattered at random along the banks and on the island, which also boasted 3 cranes made out of cast iron, 2 stretching their long necks to the sky, and the other with its head bent low. Water sprang from its source to the crest of the maple hill and descended in the slopes in several falls. The stream then passed beneath a stone bridge and dropped into a pool that was shaded by red rocks from the island of Sado, before flowing into the pond at a spot where, in season, a patch of lovely irises bloomed. The pond was stocked both with carp and winter crucian. Twice a year, the Marquis allowed school children to come there on picnics. When Kiyoaki was a child, the servants had frightened him with stories about the snapping turtles. Long ago, when his grandfather was ill, a friend had presented him with the hundreds of these turtles in hope that their meat would rebuild his strength. Released into the pond, they had bred rapidly. Once a snapping turtle got your finger in its beak, the servants told Kiyoaki that was the end of it. There were several pavilions used for the tea ceremony, and also a large billiard room. Behind the main house, wild yams grew thick in the grounds, and there was a grove of cypresses planted by Kiyoaki's grandfather and intersected by 2 paths. One led to the rear gate, the other climbed a small hill to the plateau at its top, where a shrine stood at one corner of a wide expanse of grass. This was where his grandfather and 2 uncles were enshrined. The steps, lanterns, and torii, all stone, were traditional, but on either side of the steps, in place of the usual lion dogs, a pair of cannon shells from the Russo-Japanese War had been painted white and set in the ground. Somewhat lower down there was a shrine to Inari, the harvest god, behind a magnificent trellis of wisteria. The anniversary of his grandfather's death fell at the end of May. Thus, the wisteria was always in full glory when the family gathered here for services, and the women would stand in its shade to avoid the glare of the sun. Their white faces, powdered even more meticulously than usual for the occasion, was dappled in violet, as though some exquisite shadow of death had fallen across their cheeks. The women, no one could count exactly the multitude of women who lived in the Matsugai's mansion. Kiyoaki's grandmother, of course, took precedence over all of them, though she preferred to live in retirement at some distance from the main house, with 8 maids to attend to her needs. Every morning, rain or shine, Kiyoaki's mother would finish dressing and go at once with 2 maids in attendance to pay respect to the old lady. And every day, the old lady would scrutinize her daughter-in-law's appearance. "That hairstyle isn't very becoming. Why not try doing it in the high collar way tomorrow? I'm sure it will look better on you," she would say. Her eyes narrowed lovingly, but when the hair was arranged the Western way next morning, the old lady would comment, "Really, Tsujiko? A high collar hairdo simply doesn't suit an old-fashioned Japanese beauty like you. Please try the marumage style tomorrow." And so, for as long as Kiyoaki could remember, his mother's coiffure had been perpetually changing. The hairdressers and their apprentices were in constant attendance. Not only did his mother's hair demand their services, but they had to look after more than 40 maids. However, they had shown concern for the hair of a male member of the household on only one occasion. This was when Kiyoaki was in his first year at the middle school attached to Pierce School. The honor had fallen to him of being selected to act as a page in the New Year's festivities at the Imperial Palace. I know the people at my school want you to look like a little monk, and said one of the hairdressers. But that shaved head just won't look right on your fine costume today. But they'll scold me if my hair is long. All right, said the hairdresser. Let me see what I can do to improve it. You'll be wearing a hat in any case, but I think we can arrange things so that even when you take it off, you'll outshine all the other young gentlemen. So he said, but Kiyoaki at 13 had his head clipped so closely that it looked blue. When the hairdresser parted his hair, the comb hurt and the hair oil stung his skin. For all the hairdresser's vaunted skill, the head reflected in the mirror looked no different from any boy's. Yet, at the banquet, Kiyoaki was praised for his extraordinary beauty. The Emperor Meiji himself had once honored the Matsugai residence with his presence. To entertain his Imperial Majesty, an exhibition of sumo wrestling had been staged beneath a huge ginkgo tree, around which a space had been curtained off. The Emperor watched from a balcony on the second floor of the Western House. Kiyoaki confided to the hairdresser that on the occasion he had permitted to appear before the Emperor, and His Majesty had deigned to pat him on the head, that he had taken 4 years ago, but it nevertheless was possible that the Emperor might remember the head of the mere page at the New Year's festivities. Really? Exclaimed the hairdresser, overwhelmed. Young master, you mean to say that you were caressed by the Emperor himself? So saying, he slid backwards across the tatami floor, clapping his hand in genuine reverence at the child. The costume of a page attending a lady at the court consisted of matching blue velvet jacket and trousers, the latter reaching to just below the knee. Down either side of the jacket was a row of 4 large white fluffy pom-poms, and more were attached to the cuffs and the trousers. The page wore a sword at his waist, and the shoes of his white stocking feet were fastened with black and enameled buttons. A white silk tie was knotted in the center of his broad lace collar, and a tricorn hat, adorned with a large feather, hung down his back on a silk cord. Each New Year, about 20 sons of the nobility with outstanding school records were selected to take turns in force bearing the train of the Empress, or in pairs to carry the train of the Imperial Princess during the 3 days of festivities. Kiyoaki carried the train of the Empress once and did the same for the Princess Kasuga. When it was his turn to bear the Empress' train, she had proceeded with solemn dignity down corridors fragrant with musky incense lit by the palace attendants, and he had stood in attendance behind her during the audience. She was a woman of great elegance and intelligence, but by then she was already elderly, close to 60. Princess Kasuga, however, was not much more than 30. Beautiful, elegant, imposing, she was like a flower at its moment of perfection. Even now, Kiyoaki could remember less about the rather sober train favorite of the Empress than about the princess's broad sweep of white ermine, with its scattered black spots and its border of pearls. The Empress' train had 4 loops for the page's hands, and the princess's too. Kiyoaki and the other had been so exhaustively drilled that they had no trouble in holding firm while advancing at steady pace. Princess Kasuga's hair had the blackness and sheen of fine lacquer. Seen from behind, her elaborate coiffure seemed to dissolve into the rich white skin textures of the nape of her neck, leaving single strands against her bare shoulders whose faint sheen was set off by her décolleté. She held herself erect and walked straight ahead with firm step, betraying no tremor to her train bearers, but in Kiyoaki's eyes, that great fan of white fur seemed to glow and fade into the sound of music, like a snow-covered peak first hidden, then exposed by fluid pattern of clouds. At that moment, for the first time in his life, he was struck by the full force of womanly beauty, a dazzling burst of elegance that made his senses reel. Princess Kasuga's lavish use of French perfume extended to her train, and its fragrance overpowered the musky odor of incense. Some way down the corridor, Kiyoaki stumbled for a moment, inadvertently tugging at the train. The princess turned her head slightly, and as a sign that she was not at all annoyed, smiled gently at the youthful offender. Her gesture went unnoticed, body perfectly erect in the fractional turn. She had allowed Kiyoaki a glimpse of a corner of her mouth. At that moment, a single wisp of hair slipped over her clear, flashed in a spark of black fire. But the pure line of her nose did not move. It was as if nothing had happened. This fleeting angle of the princess's face, too slight to be called profile, made Kiyoaki feel as if he had seen a rainbow flicker for a bare instant through a prism of pure crystal. His father, Marquis Matsugae, watched his son part in the festivities, absorbing the boy's brilliant appearance in his beautiful ceremonial costume and savoring the complacency of a man who sees a lifelong dream fulfilled. This triumph dispelled completely his lingering fears of still seeming an impostor, for all his attempts to establish himself as someone fit to receive the emperor in his own home. For now, in the person of his own son, the Marquis had seen the ultimate fusion of the aristocratic and the samurai traditions, a perfect congruence between the old court nobles and the new nobility. But as the ceremony continued, the Marquis's gratification at the praise people had lavished on the boy's looks changed to the feelings of discomfort. At 13, Kiyoaki was altogether too handsome. Putting aside natural affection for his own son, the Marquis could not help noticing that he stood out even in comparison with the other pages. His pale cheeks flushed crimson when he is excited. His brows were sharply defined, and his white eyes, still childishly earnest, were framed by long lashes. They were dark and had a seductive glint in them, and so the Marquis was aroused by the flood of compliments to take note of the exceptional beauty of his son and heir, and he sensed something disquieting in it. He was touched by an uneasy premonition. But Marquis Matsugae was an extremely optimistic man, and he shook off his discomfiture as soon as the ceremony was over. Similar apprehensions were more persistent in the mind of a young Inuma, who had come to live in the Matsugae's household as a boy of 17 the year before Kiyoaki's service as a page. Inuma had been recommended as Kiyoaki's personal tutor by the middle school of his village in Kagoshima, and he had been sent to the Matsugae with testimonies to his mental and physical abilities. The present Marquis's father was revered as a fierce and powerful god in Kagoshima, and Inuma had visualized life in the Matsugae's household entirely in terms of what he had heard at home or at school about the exploits of the former Marquis. In his year with them, however, the luxurious way of life had disrupted this expectation and had wounded his youthfully puritanical sensibilities. He could not shut his eyes to the other things, but not to Kiyoaki, who was his personal responsibility. Everything about Kiyoaki, his looks, his delicacy, his sensitivity, his turn of mind, his interest, granted on Inuma. And everything about the Marquis and the Marquis's attitude towards the son's education was equally distressing. I'll never raise a son of mine that way, not even if I am made a Marquis. What weight do you suppose the Marquis gives to his own father's tenets? The Marquis was punctilious in observing the annual rites for his father, but almost never spoke of him. At first, Inuma used to dream that the Marquis would talk more often about his father and that his reminiscence might reveal something of the affection in which he held in his father's memory. But in the course of the year, such hopes flickered and died. The night that Kiyoaki returned home from after performing his duties as the imperial page, the Marquis and his wife gave a private family dinner to celebrate the occasion. When the time came for Kiyoaki to hurry off to bed, Inuma helped him to his room. The 13-year-old boy's cheeks were flushed with the wine that his father, half as a joke, had forced upon him. He burrowed into the silken quilts and let his head fall back onto the pillow, his breath warm and heavy. The tracery of blue veins under his close-cropped hair throbbed around his earlobes, and the skin was so extraordinarily transparent that one could almost see the fragile mechanism inside. Even in the half-light of the room, his lips were red, and the sounds of breathing that came from this boy, who looked as though he had never experienced anguish, seemed to be the mocking echo of a sad folk song. Inuma looked down at his face, at the sensitive, darting eyes, with their long lashes, the eyes of an otter, and he knew that it was hopeless to expect him to swear the enthusiastic oaths of loyalty to the emperor that a night like this would have invoked in any normal young Japanese boy striving forward manhood, who had been privileged to carry out such a glorious task. Kiyoaki's eyes were now wide open as he lay on his back staring at the ceiling, and they were filled with tears. And when this glistening glaze turned on him, Inuma's distaste deepened, but this made it all the more imperative for him to believe in his own loyalty. When Kiyoaki's apparent felt too warm, he pulled his bare arms, slightly flushed, out from under the quilt, and started to fold them behind his head. Inuma admonished him and pulled shut the loose collar of his nightgown. "You'll catch a cold. You ought to go to sleep now." "Inuma, you know, I made a blunder today. If you promise not to tell father or mother, I'll say what it was." "What is it?" "Today, when I was carrying the princess's train, I stumbled a little, but the princess just smiled and forgave me." Inuma was repelled by these frivolous words, but by the absence of any sense of responsibility, by the cheerful look of rapture in those eyes, by everything. A sip of tea. Then we are going to continue with chapter 2. Thank you to everyone whom I hear. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for listening. We're now reading chapter 2 of Spring Snow by Yukio Mishima. It was hardly surprising then that by the time Kiyoaki turned 18, his preoccupation had served to isolate him more and more from his surrounding. He had grown apart from more than just his family. The teachers at the peer school had instilled in their pupils the supremely noble example of the principal, General Nogi, who had committed suicide to follow his emperors in depth. And ever since they had started to emphasize the significance of his act, suggesting that their educational tradition would have been the poorer of the general died on the sickbed, an atmosphere of the Spartan simplicity had come to permeate the school. Kiyoaki, who had an aversion to anything smacking of militarism, had come to loathe the school for this reason. His only friend was his classmate, Shigekuni Honda. There were, there were, of course, many others who would have been delighted to be friends with Kiyoaki, but he didn't like the youthful coarseness of his contemporaries. He shunned their rough, coltish ways and was further repelled by their crude sentimentality. When they mindlessly roared out the school song, Kiyoaki was drawn only to Honda and his quiet, composed, and rational temperament, unusual in a boy of his age. Even so, the two had little in common in appearance or temperament. Honda seemed older than he was, though in his features were quite ordinary. He tended to assume a somewhat pompous air. He was interested in studying law and was gifted with keen intuition, but it was a power he tended to disguise. To look at him was to believe that he was indifferent to sensual pleasures. But there were times that when he seemed fired by some deep passion. At these moments, Honda, who always kept his mouth firmly shut as he kept his somewhat sighted eyes severely narrowed and his brows in a frown, was to be caught with a hint of parted lips in his expression. Kiyoaki and Honda were perhaps a different in their makeup as the flower and the leaf of a single plant. Kiyoaki was incapable of hiding his true nature, and he was defenseless against society's power to inflict pain. He still unawakened sensuality.
Damn.
Thank you for the follow, Katomichi. He's sorry. His still unawakened sensuality lay dormant within him, unprotected as a puppy in the March rain, body shivering, eyes and nose pelted with water. Honda, on the other hand, had quite early in life grasped where danger lay, choosing to shelter from all storms, whatever their attraction. Despite this, however, they were remarkably close friends. Not content to see each other in school, they would also spend Sundays together at one or the other of their homes. And because the Matsugai's estate had more to offer in the way of walks and other amusements, Honda usually came to Kiyoaki's house. On one October Sunday in 1912, the year of the Taisho era, on an afternoon when the maple leaves were almost in their prime, Honda arrived in Kiyoaki's room to suggest that they go boating on the pond. Had this been a year like any other, there would have been a growing number of visitors coming to admire the maple leaves, but the Matsugais had been in the mourning since the emperor's death the previous summer. They had suspended normal social activities. An extraordinary stillness lay over the park. Well, if you want to, the boat will take 3. We'll get Inuma to row us. Why do we need anybody to row us? I'll row, said Honda, remembering the dour expression of the young man who had just needlessly escorted him with silent but relentless obsequiousness. Obsequiousness? Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys. I really need to find out how to pronounce this word. O-B-S-E-Q. Obseq. ちょっと待ってね。U-I-O-U-S-N-E-S-S. Obsequiousness. Obsequiousness. Just so you know, the meaning is ready or prompt to help or obey like a servant or slave, at the wish or command of another person to gain favor. Obsequiousness. Obsequiousness. I'm sorry. Today we learned something new. We learned a new word. Isn't that great? Sorry. Yeah. Who needlessly escorted him with silent but relentless obsequiousness to Kiyoaki's room. Kiyoaki smiled. You don't like him, do you, Honda? It's not that I don't like him. It's just that for all the time I've known him, I still can't tell what's going on inside his head. He's been here for 6 years, so I take him for granted now, like the air I breathe. We certainly don't see eye to eye, but he's devoted to me all the same. He's loyal. He studies hard. You can depend on him. Kiyoaki's room was on the second floor facing the pond. It had originally been in the Japanese style, but had been redecorated to look Western. With a carpet and Western furnitures, Honda sat down on the windowsill. Looking over his shoulder, he took in the whole sweep of the pond, the island, and the hill of the maples beyond. The water lay smooth in the afternoon sun. Just below him, he could see the boats moored in a small inlet. At the same time, he was mulling over his friend's lack of enthusiasm. Kiyoaki never took the lead, though sometimes he would join in with an air of utter boredom, only to enjoy himself in his own way. The role of exhorter and leader, then, always fell to Honda if the pair were to do anything at all. You can see the boats, can't you? Said Kiyoaki. Yes, of course I can, Honda replied, glancing dubiously behind him. What did Kiyoaki mean by his question? If one forced to hazard a guess, it would be that he was trying to say that he had no interest in anything at all. He thought of himself as a thorn, a small, poisonous thorn jabbed into a workman-like hand of his family. And this was his fate simply because he had acquired a little elegance. A mere 50 years before, the Matsugais had been a sturdy, upright samurai family, no more eking out a frugal existence in the provinces. But in a brief span of time, their fortune had soared.
Damn.
Thank you so much, Koishifian, for the follow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, by the way. Thank you so much. Eking out a frugal existence in the provinces, but in a brief span of time, their fortune had soared. By Kiyoaki's time, the first traces of refinement were threatening to take hold on a family like that. Morning, Kin Komodo. Good afternoon, Kin Komodo. Today we are reading Yukio Mishima's Spring Snow. We are on chapter 2 now. By Kiyoaki's time, the first traces of refinement were threatening to take hold on a family like that. Unlike the court nobility, had enjoyed centuries of immunity to the virus of elegance, and Kiyoaki, like an ant that senses the approaching flood, was experiencing the first intimation of the family's rapid collapse. His elegance was the thorn, and he was well aware that his aversion to coarseness, his delight in refinement, were futile. He was a plant without roots, without meaning to undermine his family, without wanting to violate its tradition. He was condemned to do so by his very nature. And this poison would stunt his own life as it destroyed his family. The handsome young man felt that this futility typified his existence. His conviction of having no purpose in life other than to act as a distillation of poison part of the ego of an 18-year-old. He had resolved that his beautiful white hands would never be soiled or callous. He wanted to be like a pennant, dependent on each gusting wind. The only thing that seemed valid to him was to live for the emotion, gratuitous and unstable, dying only to quicken again, dwindling and flaring without direction of purpose. Thank you, King Komodo. At the moment, nothing interested him. Boating? His father had thought the little green and white boat that he had imported from abroad to be stylish. As far as his father was concerned, the boat was culture. Culture made tangible. But what of it? Who cared about the boat? Honda, with his inborn intuition, understood Kiyoaki's sudden silence. Although they were about the same age, Honda was more mature. He was, in fact, a young man who wanted to lead a constructive life, and he had made up his mind about his future role. With Kiyoaki, however, he always took care to seem less sensitive and subtle than he was, for he knew that his friend and was quite receptive to his careful displays of obtuseness, the only bait that seemed to draw a rise from Kiyoaki, and this streak of deception ran through their whole friendship. "It would do you good to get some exercise," said Honda brusquely. "I know that you can't have been reading all that much, but you look as if you read your way through a library." Oh my god, I feel attacked. I feel so attacked by, by Honda right now. I'm sorry. Oh, I feel attacked. Kiyoaki smiled by the way of reply. Honda was right. It was not his books that had drained him of energy, but his dreams. A whole library wouldn't have exhausted him as much as his constant dreaming night after night. The very night before, he had dreamed of his own coffin. Oh God. Made of unpainted wood. It stood in the middle of an empty room with large windows, and outside, the pre-dawn darkness was shading to deep blue. It was filled with the sound of birdsong. A young woman clung to the coffin, her long black hair trailing from her drooping head and her slender shoulders racked with sobs. He wanted to see her face, but could make out no more than pale, graceful forehead with its delicate peak of black hair. The coffin was half covered with leopard skin bordered in pearls. The first muted glow of the dawn flickered in the row of jewels. Instead of funeral incense, a scent of western perfume hung over the room with the fragrance of sun-ripe fruit. Kiyoaki seemed to be watching this from great heights, though he was convinced that his body lay inside the coffin. But sure as he was, he still felt the need to see it there by the way of confirmation. However, like a mosquito in the morning light, his wings lost all power and ceased beating in the mid-air, and he was utterly incapable of looking inside the nailed-down coffin lid. And then, as his frustration grew more and more intense, he woke up. Kiyoaki took out his secret journal and wrote all of this down. Finally, the two of them went down to the landing and unfastened the mooring rope. The calm surface of the water reflected in the flaming scarlet maples beginning to turn on the hill beyond. As they stepped into the boat, its wild rocking evoked in Kiyoaki his favorite feeling of precariousness of life. At that instant, his inner thought seems to describe a white arc clearly reflected in the fresh white trim of the boat. His spirit rose. Honda pushed against the stone landing with an oar and maneuvered the boat out into the water. As the prow shivered, the brilliant scarlet surface of the water, the smooth ripples, heightened Kiyoaki's sense of liberation. The dark water seemed to speak in deep, solemn voice. My 18th autumn, this day, this afternoon, this moment, never to come again. He thought, something already slipping irrevocably away. Shall we take a look at the island? What's the fun in that? There's nothing to see. Don't be a killjoy. Come on, let's go and look, Honda urged. His voice sounded deep in his chest as he rode with a lively vigor that suited his years. As Kiyoaki stared fixedly down into the pond, he heard the faint sound of the waterfall far away from the other side of the island. He could not see a great deal because of the cloudy water, and the red of the maples reflected in it. There were carp swimming down there, he knew, and at the very bottom, snapping turtles lurked in the shelter of the rocks. His childhood fears flared for a moment, then died. The hot sun struck the backs of their close-shaven necks. It was perfectly peaceful, uneventful, glorious Sunday afternoon, yet Kiyoaki remained convinced that at the bottom of this world, which was like a leather bag filled with water, there was a little hole, and it seemed to him that he could hear time leaking from it, drop by drop. They reached the island at a spot where a single maple stood among the pines, and climbed on the stone steps to the grassy clearing at the top of the 3 iron cranes. The boys sat down at the feet of the pair and were stretching their necks upward in an eternal mute cry, then lay back on the grass to stare at the late autumn sky. The rough grass prickled through the backs of their kimonos, making Kiyoaki rather uncomfortable. It gave Honda, however, the sensation of having to endure an exquisitely refreshing pain that was fragmented and spread out under his back. Out of the corners of their eyes, they could see the 2 cranes weathered by the wind and rain and soiled by chalky white bird droppings. The birds' supple curved necks, stretched against the sky, moved slowly with the rhythm of the shifting clouds. It's a beautiful day. In all our lives, we may not have many like this. So perfect, said Honda, stirred by some premonitions. Are you talking about happiness? Asked Kiyoaki. I don't remember saying anything about happiness. Well, that's alright then. I'll be much too scared to say the things you do. I don't have that kind of courage. I am convinced that the trouble with you is you're horribly greedy. Greedy men are apt to seem miserable. Look, what more could you want from a day like this? Something definite. What it might be, I've no idea, said the young man, answered wearily, as handsome as he was indecisive. Fond as he was of his friend, there were times when Kiyoaki found Honda's keenly analytic mind and his confidence turned of phrase the very image of a youthful promise, a severe trial to his capricious nature. All at once he rolled over on his stomach on the grass and raised his head, staring across the water at a spot some distance away in the direction of the garden that fronted the drawing room of the main house. Stepping stones in white and sand led from its edge of the pond, which was intricately scalloped with small inlets crossed by a network of stone bridges. He had noticed a group of women there. Second for tea. Chapter 3. Sorry. He tapped Honda on his shoulder and pointed to that direction. Honda raised his head and peered across the water until he too spotted the women. And so they stared from their hiding place like 2 young snipers. His mother went for her daily walk whenever the mood struck her, but her company was not confined to her personal mates today. 2 guests, one old and one young, were walking just behind her. All except the young girl was wearing kimonos of muted quiet colors, and although she was in pale blue, The material was richly embroidered. As she crossed the white sand to walk along the water's edge, it shone pale and silky, like the day, like sorry, shone pale and silky like the sky at daybreak. The women's laughter, carrying on the autumn air, betrayed her uncertain footing on the irregular stepping stones, but it rang too pure and sounded a little artificial. It always irritated Kiyoaki to hear the women of the household laughing like that, but he was well aware of the effect it had on Honda, who had a glint in his eyes like a rooster alerted to clucking hens. The brittle stalks of dry autumn grass bent under the chest. Kiyoaki felt sure that the girl in the pale blue kimono would never laugh that way. In a great flurry of merriment, his mother's maids were leading their mistress and their guests hand in hand from the edge of the pond to the hill of along maples along the path deliberately complicated by the maze of stone bridges and that threaded to and fro across the inlets. Kiyoaki and Honda soon lost sight of them behind the tall grass in which they lay. "You certainly have a lot of women around your house. We have nothing but men," said Honda, putting a good face on his interest, which was keen enough to make him get up and move to the other side of the island. Here, from the shelter of the pines, he was able to follow the awkward progress of the women. To the left of him, a hollow in the slope held the first 4 of the 9 waterfalls. The stream then followed the curve of the hill and finally splashed down in front of it into the pool below the red saddle rocks. The women were now making their way below these last falls, testing their footing on the stepping stones. The maple leaves here were especially beautiful, so thick as to blot out the white ribbon of the falls and stain the water at the edge of the pond deep scarlet. The maids were leading the young woman in the aquamarine kimono across the stepping stones, her head bent forward, and even in the distance, the white of the nape of her neck was visible to Kiyoaki. It made him think of Princess Kasuga and her creamy white neck, something that was never far from his mind. After his path crossed below the falls, it leveled out for a time, following the waterline as the shore began to come toward the island. Kiyoaki had followed the woman's progress with concentration, but now he caught sight of his profile of the woman in the aquamarine kimono and recognized Satoko. His fantasies were shattered. Why hadn't he recognized her earlier? Probably his whim that the beautiful girl should be a total stranger. Now that she had destroyed his illusion, there was no point in remaining hidden. Brushing the burrs of his kimonos, Kiyoaki got to his feet and patted the lower branches of the pines that had been his cover. "Hello!" he called. This sudden cheerfulness took Honda by surprise. He craned his neck for a better look, aware that Kiyoaki's high spirit was now a reflex response to the interruption of his dreams. Honda did not mind that his friend seizing the initiative. "Who is it?" It's Satoko." "Did I ever show you her picture?" answered Kiyoaki, speaking her name with a cool indifference. Satoko, the girl on the shore, was certainly a beauty. Kiyoaki, however, seemed determined to ignore this, for he knew that Satoko was in love with him. This instinctive rejection of anyone who showed him affection, this need to react with cold disdain, were a failing of Kiyoaki's that no one could have known better than Honda, who saw this pride as a kind of a tumor that had taken hold in Kiyoaki when he was no more than 13 and had to endure people making fuss over his looks. Like a silvery bloom of mold, it would spread at the slightest touch. Perhaps, in fact,
The dangerous attraction of Kiyoaki's friendship held for Honda was rooted in the same impulse. So many others had attempted to befriend Kiyoaki only to be rewarded for their pains with his mockery and contempt. In challenging Kiyoaki's caustic reserve, Honda alone had been skilled enough to escape disaster. Perhaps he was mistaken, but he wondered if his own acute dislike for Kiyoaki's gloom-faced tutor sprang from the latter's expression of perpetual defeat. Although Honda had never met Satoko, Kiyoaki's stories were full of her. The Ayakura family, one of 28 among the nobility that bore the lofty rank of Urin, was descended from an ancestor named Namba Yorisuke, a skilled player of kemari, a version of football popular in the imperial court in the time of the Fujiwaras. The head of the family was appointed a chamberlain of the imperial court when it established its residence in Tokyo at the time of Meiji Restoration. The Ayakuras moved to the city and lived in the mansion in Azabu, formerly occupied one of the retainers of the shogun. The family excelled in the sport of kemari and composing waka, and since the emperor had seen fit to honor the family's young heir with a court rank of 5th degree junior grade, even the post of Grand Counselor of State now seemed within reach. Maki Matsugae, who was conscious of his family's lack of polish and who hoped to give the next generation at least a touch of elegance, had entrusted the infant Kiyoaki to the Ayakura after obtaining his own father's consent. And so, Kiyoaki had been raised in an atmosphere of the court nobility with Satoko, who was 2 years older and lavished affection on him. Until he went to school, she was his only companion and friend. Count Ayakura himself was a warm and personable man who still retained his soft Kyoto accent, who taught the young Kiyoaki calligraphy and waka. The family would play sugoroku, an ancient form of backgammon, for into the night, and so was the custom in the Heian era, and the lucky winners would receive a traditional prizes, among them candies molded like gifts from the empress. Moreover, Count Ayakura arranged for Kiyoaki to continue his early cultural training by going to the palace every New Year to attend the imperial poetry reading ceremony, in which he himself figured prominently. At first, Kiyoaki had seen this as a chore, but as he grew older, his participation in these elegant and ancient rituals came to hold a certain charm for him. Satoko is now 20, and thumbing through Kiyoaki's picture, one could see the changes she grew to maturity. From when she was a child, with her cheek pressed affectionately to Kiyoaki's, until previous May, when she had taken part in the Matsugae's Omiya-sama festival. At 20, she had passed the stage that was popularly supposed to mark a girl's greatest beauty, but she was still unmarried. So that's Satoko. And the other one, the woman in the grey tunic everyone's making fuss over, who is she? Huh?
Oh, yes, that's Satoko's great aunt, the abbess of Geshu. I didn't recognize her at first because of the curious hood. Her Reverence, the abbess, was indeed an unexpected guest. This was her first visit to the Matsugaes, hence the conducted tour of the garden, something that Kiyoaki's mother would not have undertaken just for Satoko, but was quite happy to do for the abbess. Her great aunt's visit to Tokyo being such a rarity, Satoko had no doubt brought her to see the maple leaves. The abbess had taken a great liking in Kiyoaki when he had first come to the Ayakuras, but he could not remember that far back. Later, when he was in middle school, and the abbess had paid a visit to Tokyo, he had been invited to the Ayakuras, but he had had the opportunity to do no more than pay his respects. Even so, the abbot's pale face, with its air of quiet dignity and calm authority in her voice, had made a lasting impression on him.
Kiyoaki's voice had brought the group on the shore to an abrupt halt. Startled, they looked toward the island as if pirates had risen before their very eyes from the tall grass beside the decorative iron cranes. Pulling a small fan from the obi, Kiyoaki's mother pointed towards the abyss to indicate that a respectful greeting was expected. Kiyoaki accordingly made a deep bow from where he stood on the island. Honda quickly followed suit, and her reverence acknowledged them both. His mother then opened her fan and waved it imperiously. Its golden sheen suddenly giving off scarlet reflections, Kiyoaki urged Honda to hurry up, knowing that they must come back from the island at once. Satoko never misses a chance to come here. She's taking advantage of her great aunt, grumbled Kiyoaki with a show of bad temper, while helping Honda by hurrying to cast off the boat. Honda, however, viewed Kiyoaki's haste and his grumbling with some skepticism. The way Kiyoaki had lost patience with Honda's steady, methodical movement and had seized the rough rope in his own unseasoned white hands to try to help with the unpleasant task of unknotting, it was enough to raise doubts of the abyss being the cause of his eagerness. As Honda rowed back to the shore, Kiyoaki looked dizzy, his face picking up a red flash from the reflection of the maple leaves floating on the water. He nervously avoided Honda's eyes in an attempt to deny his vulnerability to Satoko, for each moment brought him closer to the young woman who knew altogether too much about him, about his childhood, even about his body's most intimate details, and to whom he seemed tied by almost overwhelming bonds of emotion. "Why, Mr. Honda, what a good oarsman you are!" said Kiyoaki's mother admiringly when they reached to the shore. Her pale, classic face had a persistent melancholy cast even when she laughed. Yet her expression was a facade rather than a true indication of a deeper emotion. She was, in fact, almost invariably insensitive. She had raised Kiyoaki to tolerate his father's dissipation and boorish energy, but she was quite incapable of grasping the complexities of her son's nature. Satoko's eyes were riveted on Kiyoaki's from the moment he stepped out of the boat. Strong and calm, affectionate from time to time, they invariably unnerved Kiyoaki. He felt, not without reason, that he could read criticism in their glance. "Her Reverence has honored us with a visit today, and we shall shortly have the pleasure of listening to her speak. But first we wanted to show her the maple leaves. Then you gave us such a fright by that rude shout of yours. What were you doing on the island in the first place?" "Oh, just watching the sky," Kiyoaki replied, being as enigmatic to his mother as possible. "Watching the sky? And what's there to see on the sky?" His mother was quite unembarrassed about her failure to grasp the intangible, but struck him as her sole admirable characteristic. He found it comical that she could adopt such a pious expression for the abbess' sermons. The abbess remained her role of a guest throughout this exchange, smiling unassumingly that he would not look at Satoko, who gazed steadily at the thick, glossy, tousled black hair that brushed his smooth cheeks. The group now started up a steep path, admiring the maples as they went and amusing themselves by trying to identify the birds singing in the branches above their heads. However much the two young men tried to check their strides, they inevitably drew the head of walking some distance in front of the women around the abyss. Honda took advantage of this to discuss Satoko for the first time and admire her beauty. "You think so?" Kiyoaki replied, well aware that altogether Although Honda's finding Satoko unattractive would have been a severe blow to his pride, he must make a show of cold indifference. He was firmly convinced that any young woman in Satoko's relationship to him would have to be beautiful, whether he chose to acknowledge her or not. At last, their climb ended at the bridge below the topmost waterfall, and they stood looking up towards its rim. Just as his mother was savoring the compliments of the abbess, whose first view of the falls was this, Kiyoaki made an ominous discovery which cut across the mood of the day. "What's that? At the top there? What's damming the water like that?" His mother responded at once, using her fan to shade her eyes from the bright sunlight that shone through the branches. She peered upward. The landscape artist had painstakingly built up walls of rocks on either side of the rim to ensure a graceful fall of water, and could never have intended the flow to be diverted so awkwardly in the middle of the crest. A mere rock wedged up that could never have caused such a disruption in the flow. "I wonder what can be the matter. Something seems to have lodged up there," his mother said to the abbess, openly puzzled. The abbess, though she seemed to be aware that something was wrong, said nothing and smiled as before. If anyone was to speak out clearly, and regardless of the effect, it would have been Kiyoaki. But he held back, fearing the impact of his words on the happy group. He realized that everyone must have recognized what it was right now. "Isn't that a black dog with his head hanging down?" said Satoko quite plainly. The ladies gasped as if they were noticing the dog for the first time. Kiyoaki's pride was hurt. Satoko, with a boldness that might be construed as unfeminine, had pointed out that the dog corpse, ignoring the ominous implications. She had adopted a suitably pleasant and straightforward tone of voice which bore witness to her elegant upbringing. She had the freshness of a ripe fruit in a crystal bowl. Kiyoaki was ashamed of his hesitation and felt cowed by Satoko's capacity for directness. His mother issued some quick orders to the maid, who left at once to look for the negligent gardeners, but her profuse apologies to the abbess for such an unseemly spectacle was cut short by her reverence, who made a compassionate proposal that was totally unexpected. "My presence here would seem to be providential. If you will bury the dog under a mound, I will offer a prayer for it." The dog had probably been mortally sick or wounded when it came to the stream to drink and had fallen in. The force of the current had wedged its corpse into the cleft of the rock at the top of the falls. Satoko's courage had excited Honda's admiration, but at the same time he felt oppressed by the sight of the dog hanging dead in the falls under the bright sky, only faintly flecked with cloud. The dog's black fur glistened in the clear spray, its white teeth shining in the gaping, dark red cavernous jaw. Everyone adjusted quickly to the shift in attention from the red maple leaves to the dog's burial, and the maids in attendance suddenly livened up, becoming almost frivolous. They had all crossed the bridge and was resting at the arbor designed as a vantage point from which to view the falls when the gardener came rushing up, babbling every cliché of apologies in his repertoire. Only then he climbed the steep, treacherous rock face to remove the dripping black body and bury it in a suitable spot. "I'm going to pick some flowers, Kiyo. Won't you help?" asked Satoko, effectively ruling out any assistance from the maid. What kind of flowers would one pick for a dog?" Kiyoaki countered, his obvious reluctance drawing a burst of laughter from the women. Meanwhile, the abbess removed her drab tunic to reveal the purple habit beneath and the small stole that hung around her neck. She had a presence that radiated grace to those around her, her brightness dissipating the most atmosphere of ill omen. Goodness, the dog is blessed to have your reverence of offering of for requiem for it. Surely it will be reborn as a human being, said Kiyoaki's mother with a smile. Satoko did not bother to wait for Kiyoaki, but started up the hill path, stooping now and then to pick a late flowering gentian that she had spotted. Kiyoaki found nothing better than a few withered chamomiles. Each time she bent to pick a flower, Satoko's aquamarine kimono was an inadequate disguise for the roundness of her hips, surprisingly generous on such a slim figure. All at once, Kiyoaki felt unsettled. His mind was remote lake of clear water suddenly clouded by a disturbance deep below its surface. After picking the gentians necessary to complete her bouquet, Satoko suddenly straightened up and stopped abruptly in Kiyoaki's path. While he did his best to look elsewhere, her finely shaped nose and huge bright eyes, which he had never yet dared to look into directly, now confronted his vision and at uncomfortably close range, a threatening phantom. Kiyo, what would you do if all of a sudden I weren't here anymore? Satoko asked, as her words coming in a rush whisper. Why is everyone depressed in this story? Is that everyone laughed because it's too depressing, isn't it? How many more? I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know that it's so depressing. Chapter 4. This was a long-standing trick of Satoko's for disconcerting people. Perhaps she achieved her effects without conscious effort, but she never allowed the slightest hint of mischief into her tone to put her victims at ease. Her voice would be heavy with pathos at such times as though confiding the gravest of secret. Although he should have been inured to this by now, Kiyoaki could not help asking, "Not here anymore? Why?" Despite all his efforts to indicate a studied disinterest, Kiyoaki's reply betrayed his uneasiness. It was what Satoko wanted. "I can't tell you why," she answered, deftly dropping ink into the clear waters of Kiyoaki's heart. She gave him no time to erect his defenses. He glared at her. It had always been like this, which is why he hated her. Without slightest warning, she could plunge him into nameless anxieties, and the drop of ink spread dull and grey, clouding everything in his heart that had been pellucid only a moment ago. Satoko was still watching him intently, and her eyes, which had been sad, suddenly twinkled. On their return, Kiyoaki's bad temper surprised everyone and gave the women of the Matsugai household something to gossip about. Kiyoaki was Kiyoaki was so capricious that he tended to exacerbate the very worries that gnawed at him. Had it been applied to love affairs, his stubborn persistence would have been that of almost any young man, but in his case it was different. Perhaps this was why Satoko deliberately sowed the seeds of dark and thorny flowers rather than brightly colored ones, knowing that knowing what unhealthy fascination they held for Kiyoaki. Indeed, he has always been fertile grounds for such seeds. He indulged himself to the exclusion of all these in the cultivation of his anxiety. Satoko had caught his interest. Although a willing prisoner of his discontent, he was still angry at Satoko, who always had a ready supply of fresh ambiguities and riddles to disconcert him. And he was also angered by his own indecision when faced with finding a solution to her teasing. When he and Honda had been resting in the grass on the island, he had indeed said that he was looking for something absolutely definite. What it was, he didn't know. But whatever this bright uncertainty seemed to shine within his grasp, the fluttering sleeves of Satoko's aquamarine kimono interposed themselves, trapping him once again in the quicksands of indecision. Though he had sensed something definite, a flash of intuition, distant, unattainable, he chose to believe that Satoko was the barrier that prevented him from taking a single step towards it. It was even more galling to have to admit that his very pride, by definition, cut him off from all possible meaning of dealing with Satoko's riddles and the anxiety they provoke. If, for example, he were now to ask someone, "What does Satoko mean about not being here anymore?" it would only betray her the depth of his interest in her. What could I do, he thought, no matter what I did to convince them that I wasn't interested in Satoko, but only in an abstract anxiety of my own? Nobody will believe me. A multitude of such thoughts raced through his head. Ordinarily, school under the circumstances offered Kiyoaki some relief. He always spent his lunch hours with Honda, even though Honda's conversation had taken somewhat tedious turn of late. On the day of the abbess' visit, Honda had accompanied the others to the main house, and there her reverence had addressed them with a sermon that had completely seized his imagination. Now he couldn't wait to assault Kiyoaki's inattentive ears with his own exegesis of each point. It was curious that while the sermon had left the dreamy Kiyoaki quite indifferent, it struck rationalistic Honda with the force of cogency. The Geshu temple on the outskirts of Nara was a convent, quite a rarity in Hosho Buddhism. The gist of the sermon had strongly appealed to Honda, and the abbess had been carefully to introduce her listeners to the doctrine of Yuishiki by using the examples of no sophistication at all. Then there was the parable that her reverence said come to her when she saw the dogs hanging over the falls, said Honda, thoroughly caught up in himself. I don't think there's any doubt whatever that her use of it shows how fond she is of your family. And then, her way of telling it, caught phrases blending with old-fashioned Kyoto dialect, is an elusive language that is filled with all sorts of subtle nuances. It certainly did a great deal to heighten the impact. You remember the story that is set in Tang, China? A man named Yuan Shao was on his way to the famous Mount Kaoyu to study the teachings of Buddha. When night fell, he happened to be beside a cemetery, so he lay down to sleep among the burial mounds. Then, in the middle of the night, he awoke with a terrible thirst. Stretching out his hand, he scooped up some water from a hole by his side. As he dozed off again, he thought to himself that never had water tasted so pure, so fresh and cold. But when morning came, he saw what he had drunk in the dark. Incredibly enough, Incredible though it seemed, what had tasted so delicious was the water that had collected in a human skull. He retched and was sick, yet this experience taught something to Yuan Shao. He realized that as long as conscious desire is at work, it will permit distinctions to exist. But if one can suppress it, these distinctions and dissolves and one can be as content with the skull with as with anything else. What interests me is this. Once Yuan Shao had been thus enlightened, could he drink that water again, secure in the knowledge that it was pure and delicious? And don't you think that the same would hold true for chastity? If a boy is naive, of course, he can worship a prostitute in all innocence. But once he realizes that this woman is a slut and that he has been living in an illusion that merely serves to reflect the image of his own purity, will he be able to love this woman in the same way again? If he can, don't you think that would be marvelous? To take your own ideal and bend the world to it like that. Wouldn't that be a remarkable force? It would be like holding the secret key to life right there on your hand, wouldn't it? Honda's sexual innocence was matched by Kiyoaki's, who was therefore unable to refute his strange ideal. Nevertheless, being headstrong, he felt that he was different from Honda, and he already had the key to existence within his grasp as a sort of birthright. He did not know what gave him this confidence. Ominously handsome and ominously handsome and a dreamer, so arrogant yet so much a prey to anxiety. He was certain that somehow he was the youthful repository of a peerless treasure, because at times he seemed to wear quite a physical radiance. He bore himself with the pride of a man marked down by a red disease, even though he suffered neither aches nor painful swellings. Kiyoaki knew nothing about the history of Geshu Temple and saw no need to remedy his dislike. Honda, by contrast, who had no personal ties with it at all, had taken the trouble to do some research in the library. Geshu, he discovered, was a comparatively new temple built at the beginning of the 18th century. A daughter of the Emperor Higashiyama, wishing to observe a period of mourning for her father, who had died in the prime of life, devoted herself to the worship of Kannon, the goddess of mercy, at the Kiyomizu temple. Soon came to be deeply impressed by the commentaries of an old priest from the Joju temple of the Hosho concept of existence. And consequently, she became a fervent convert to this sect. After her ritual tonsuring, she declined to accept one of the benefits reserved for imperial princesses, deciding instead to found a new temple, one whose nuns would devote themselves to the study of the scriptures, and it still preserves its unique place as a convent of the Hosho sect. Satoko's great aunt, however, though an aristocrat, had the distinction of being the first abbess who was not an imperial princess. Honda suddenly turned on Kiyoaki. Matagai, what's the matter with you these days? You haven't paid the slightest attention to anything I've said, have you? Nothing's the matter, Kiyoaki replied defensively. For once caught off guard, his beautiful clear eyes looked back at his friend. If Honda thought of him insolent, it did not bother Kiyoaki in the slightest. What he feared was that his friend should become aware of his agony of mind. He knew that if he gave Honda the least encouragement in this direction, there would soon be nothing at all about him, and that Honda did not know. As this would be unforgivable violation, he would have lost his only friend. Honda was immediately alert to Kiyoaki's tension. He knew that to retain Kiyoaki's affection, he must check the unthinking roughness that his friendship ordinarily permitted. He had to treat him as warily as one would a freshly painted wall, on which the slightest touch would leave an indelible fingerprint. Should the circumstances demand it, he would have to go so far as to pretend not to notice Kiyoaki's mortal agony, especially if such assumed obtuseness served to the point up to the elegance that would surely characterize Kiyoaki's ultimate suffering. At such moments, Honda could even love Kiyoaki for the look of mute appeal in his eyes. Their beautiful gaze seemed to hold a plea. Leave things as they are, as gloriously undefined as the line of the seashore. For the first time in their relationship, a protracted, warily transacted negotiation in the coin of friendship, Kiyoaki's composure was about to shatter. He was pleading. Honda was thus transformed into an aesthetic observer. Those who considered Kiyoaki and Honda to be friends were not mistaken, for as it stood, their relationship gave to each of them exactly what he desired. That was the end of chapter 4. Okay. Chapter 5. One evening, about 10 days later, Maki Matsugae happened to return home unusually early, and so Kiyoaki had dinner with both of his parents, something that happened very rarely. Since the Marquis was fond of Western food, dinner was served in the small dining room of the Western-style house. He himself had gone down to the wine cellar to choose the wine. He had taken Kiyoaki with him and had gone to great lengths to expound on the characteristics of the various wines cradled on the shelf that filled the cellar. His father had gone on to explain what wine went with which food, what wine should be served only on the occasion of the visit of a member of the imperial family, and so on, beaming all the while. The Marquis never seemed as happy as when dispensing useless knowledge of this kind. While they were sipping their aperitifs, his mother, who had been driven to Yokohama 2 days before by her young coachman, described the shopping expedition as if it were an event of great significance. I was astounded at the way people stared at my Western clothes, and in Yokohama, of all places, some dirty little children actually ran after the carriage shouting, "Foreign lady! Foreign lady!" His father ventured something to the effect that he was thinking of taking Kiyoaki with him to the launching of the warship Hiei, and he spoke as though it were a foregone conclusion that his son would not be interested. At this point, both parents were at loss for viable topics of conversation and began to flounder, their discomfiture evident even to Kiyoaki. Somehow, however, they finally happened upon the congenial subject of Kiyoaki's otachimachi, the divination ritual that had taken place 3 years before when he was 15. The ancient ceremony fell on the 17th of August according to the lunar calendar. A large wooden basin filled with water was placed in the garden to catch the reflection of the moon, and appropriate offerings were made. If the sky was overcast on this August night of his 15th year, bad fortune was expected to dog the boy who stood before the basin for the rest of his life. As his parents talked, the scene came back to Kiyoaki vividly. Flanked by his parents and dressed in his hakama and divided skirt, the kimono blazoned with the family crest, he stood in the middle of the dew-drenched lawn, the new basin filled with water before him, and chorus of chirping insects ringing in his ears. The trees that encircled the now darkened garden, the tiled roof of mansion itself beyond, even Maple Hill of reflection of all this, more and more and had been fixed in jagged outline, compressed into the circle of water that was defined by the rim of the basin. That rim of blond cypress wood had become a frontier where this world ended and another began. Since the ceremony during his 15th year was determined by by his lifetime fortune, Kiyoaki felt as though his very soul, naked, and had been set there on the wet grass. The wooden sides of the basins expressed his outer self, and the disc of water which they turned in defined expressed his inner. Everyone was silent. The sound of insects throughout the garden filled his ears and as never before. He gazed earnestly into the basin. The water within it was dark at first, shadowed by the clouds as thick as clustered seaweed. A moment later, the seaweed seemed to wave, and he thought he had seen a faint glow suffuse the water, but then it faded. He could not remember how long he had waited after that. Then, all of a sudden, the black water in the basin, which had seemed to seems to seems to impenetrably. Oh, hey! Nice. Good afternoon. I haven't been streaming a lot. I'm so sorry. Impenetrably obscure, cleared, and there directly in its center shone a tiny image of the full moon. Thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I really should stream more. Bit lazy. We are currently reading Yukio Mishima's Spring Snow, Chapter 5. Everyone broke into the exclamation of pleasure, and his mother, Bridget, all this time was greatly relieved and began to wave her fan to drive away the mosquitoes swarming around her skirt. Oh, I'm so glad! Now the boy will have a fortunate life, won't he? She said. Then Kiyoaki was congratulated by everyone present, but still, he felt a certain dread. He could not bring himself to look up into the sky at the moon itself, the origin of the image in the water. Rather, he kept looking down into the basin and into the water contained by its curved sides, the reflection of his innermost self, into which the moon, like a golden shell, had sunk so deep. For at the moment he had captured the celestial. It sparkled like a golden butterfly and trapped in the meshes of his soul. Yet, he thought, were these meshes fine enough to hold it? Once caught, would the butterfly not slip out soon and fly away? Even at 15, he feared its loss. His character was already formed, and each of his triumphs would bring this fear in its wake. Having gained to the moon, how much, then, would he dread in a world without it? The oppression of such fear, even if this moon aroused nothing but hatred in him. For even the triviality of a single playing card missing from the deck, the world's order is inevitably turned awry. And for someone like Kiyoaki, the smallest incongruity took on the proportion of a watch deprived of one cogwheel. The wonder of his universe collapsed, and he found himself trapped in terrifying darkness. The lost playing card, of no value in itself, would in his eyes assume the insignificance of a crown over which a rival's claimants were locked in a struggle. In a struggle that would plunge the world into crises. His sensitivity Okay. I'll try to read nicely, okay? I'll try to read as best as I can. But I stumble on words, and I apologize for that. His sensibility was thus at the mercy of every unforeseen occurrence, however trivial, and he had no defenses at hand. As he thought back to his... Hi. Thank you. Thank you. As he thought back to his Otachimachi, the night of August 17, 3 years before, he suddenly shuddered with the realization that Sadako had somehow impinged on his thoughts. At that moment, to Kiyoaki's relief, the butler entered in his cool hakama and with the rustle of Sendai silk to announce that dinner was ready. One moment, please. Sorry. Give me one moment, I'll be right back. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my stream, guys. Sorry, I had to do something just now. Okay, so we are reading Yukio Mishima's Spring Snow. We're currently on chapter 5. We're gonna read until chapter 13 today. I know that sounds a lot. It is a lot. But this is a very long book and I'm separating it into 4 days of reading, so yeah. Anyway, let us continue. Okay. We are on page 36 of Yukio Mishima's Spring Snow, chapter 5. At that moment, to Kiyoaki's relief, the I didn't see you. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Michiru. Have a great day. At that moment, to Kiyoaki's relief, the butler entered in his cool hakama with a rustle of Sendai silk to announce that the dinner was ready. Kiyoaki and his parents went into the dining room, each to sit in front of a play set with fine English china decorated with this family crest. Since early childhood, Kiyoaki had had to endure the tedium of his father's lessons in Western table manners. As it was, his mother had never become accustomed to the Western way of eating, and his father still behaved with the ostentation of a man eager to seem at home abroad. So he was the only one who ate naturally and at ease. When the soup course arrived, his mother lost no time in raising a new topic in her very calm voice. Really, Satoko can be very trying. Only this morning I discovered that the Ayakura sent a messenger with her refusal. And for a time she gave everyone the distinct impression that she had decided to accept. She's already 20, isn't she? His father replied. If she continues to be so demanding, she may find herself left an old maid. I've been worried about her myself, but what can one do? Kiyoaki was all ears as his father went on casually. I wonder what's the matter with her. Or did they think he was too much beneath her? No matter how noble a family the Ayakuras once were, their present fortune hardly allowed them to turn down a young man like that, with a bright future ahead of him in the Ministry of Interior. They should have been glad of him, shouldn't they? Without bothering about what kind of family he's from. That's exactly how I feel. And that's why I'm so disinclined to do anything more to help her. Well, now we owe them a great deal because of what they did for Kiyoaki. I feel obliged to do all I can to help them build up their family fortunes again. But what can we do to find a suitor whom she would accept? I wonder if such men even exist. As he listened, Kiyoaki's spirits rose. His riddle was solved. Kiyo, what would you do if I suddenly weren't here anymore? Satoko had asked. She had simply been referring to the offer of marriage that then pending. At the time, she had been inclined to accept, but had dropped her hint out of concern for Kiyoaki's reaction. Now 10 days later, it would appear that from his mother that she had formally refused, and her reason for doing this was clear to him. She had done so because she was in love with Kiyoaki. And with that, the clouds faded from his horizon. He was no longer beset by anxieties. The water in the glass was clear once again. For 10 days, he had been excluded from the small, peaceful sanctuary that was his only refuge. But now he could return to it and breathe easy. Kiyoaki was enjoying a rare moment of acute happiness, a happiness that without question sprang from his regaining his clarity of vision. The card that had been deliberately concealed had reappeared in his hand. The deck was complete, and so once more it became a mere pack of cards. His happiness shone clear and unmarred. For a moment at least, Kiyoaki had succeeded in breaking the grip of his emotion. The Marquis and Marquis Matsugae, however, were still looking at one another across the table, their insensitivity blinding them even to something as obvious as their son's sudden rush of happiness. The Marquis confronted the classic melancholy of his wife's face, and she, in turn, the coarseness of his features proper to a man of action had become blurred by the ravages of indolent living that spread beneath his skin. Despite the seemingly erratic course charted in his parents' conversation, Kiyoaki had always been aware of adherence to definite ritual. It was as set as the Shinto ceremony of the offering of gods, a branch of the sacred Sakaki tree, a ceremony in which each syllable of the incantation is meticulously pronounced and each lustrous branch carefully selected. Kiyoaki had observed the ritual countless times since early childhood. No burning crisis, no storms of passion. His mother knew exactly what was coming. The Marquis knew that his wife knew. Their expression blank, innocent of foreknowledge, they glided downstream like twigs hand in hand of clear water mirroring blue sky and clouds to take the inevitable plunge over the crest of the falls. Just as predictably, the Marquis left his after-dinner coffee unfinished and turned to his son. Now, Kiyoaki, what do you say to a game of billiards? Well then, please excuse me, said the Marquis. Kiyoaki was not so happy tonight. However, that this kind of charade did not grate on him in the least. His mother returned to the main house, and he went with his father into the billiard room. With its English-style oak paneling, its portrait of Kiyoaki's grandfather, and its large map done in oils depicting the naval battles of the Russo-Japanese War, this room was very much admired by visitors. One of the disciples of Sir John Millis, famous for his portrait of Gladstone, had done the huge likeness of Kiyoaki's grandfather during his stay in Japan, and now his grandfather's figure loomed in ceremonial attire from the shadows. The composition was simple, but the artist had evinced a high degree of skill in his judicious blending of idealization and realistic sternness to achieve a likeness that expressed not only the indomitable air expected of a restoration peer, but also those more personal traits dear to his family, down to the warts on his cheek. According to the household custom, whoever whenever a new maid came from the ancestral province of Kagoshima, she was taken before the portrait to pay reverence. Some hours before his grandfather's death, though the billiard room was empty and it was unlikely that the picture cord could have become so worn, the portrait fell to the floor with a crash that echoed throughout the house. The room contained 3 billiard tables and covered with layers of Italian marble. Though the 3-ball game had been introduced at the time of the war with China, no one ever played it in the Matsugae billiard room. Kiyoaki and his father used 4. The butler had already placed the red and the white balls on the table in proper order, and now he handed a cue to both the Marquis and his son. Kiyoaki looked down at the surface of the table as he rubbed the tip of his cue with the Italian chalk of compressed volcanic ash. The red and white ivory balls lay motionless in the green base, each casting a round shadow like a shellfish making a hesitant foray into the open. They stirred not the slightest interest in him. He had the sensation of standing alone in an unknown street at the height of the day, and suddenly finding himself face to face with these odd shapes devoid of all meanings. The Marquis was always made uneasy by the boredom of his son's handsome face. Happy as Kiyoaki felt tonight, his eyes remained dull. "Did you know," said his father, hitting on the subject of conversation, "that 2 Siamese princes are coming to Japan to Pierre's school?" "No." "Since they'll be in your class, we might have them staying here with us for a few days. I've mentioned it to the foreign ministry. It's a country that's made great strides recently. They have abolished slavery, and they are building railroads and so on. Be sure to keep that in mind when you deal with them." His father lined up his shot. Kiyoaki stood behind him and watched his father crouch like a fat leopard, twisting his cue with a show of fierceness. Kiyoaki could not suppress a sudden smile. His sense of happiness and the image of a mysterious tropic land fused in his mind, and fused his mind with a soft click as appealing to him as the contact of the red and white ivory balls on the table. And then his elation, which had been as abstract as pure crystal, suddenly took on the green extravagance of the tropical jungle. The Marquis was an expert at billiards, and Kiyoaki was never a match for him. After each had taken the first 5 shots, his father turned abruptly from the table with the suggestion Kiyoaki had long been expecting. "I think I'll take a little stroll. What could you say to that?" Kiyoaki did not answer. His father then made a totally unexpected proposal. "You can come as far as to the gate, can't you? The way you used to when you were a child." Startled, Kiyoaki turned dark, flashing his eye on his father. In any event, the Marquis had scored a point over his son for surprise. His father's mistress was installed in one of the houses just outside the gate. European families rented the other 2. each house had its own back gate in the fence that separated it from the Matsugai's estate. The European children were free to make use of this opportunity and played every day in the grounds of the estate. The only gate with a lock on it, and this was covered with rust, was the gate behind his mistress' house. From the front door of the main house to the front gate was half a mile. When Kiyoaki was a child, his father would take him by hand and walk him as far as to the gate en route to his mistress's. There they would separate, and a servant would bring Kiyoaki back. When his father went out on business, he invariably used the carriage. When he left the house on foot, therefore, his destination was obvious to everyone. Accompanying his father on this occasion had always been painful for Kiyoaki. While some naive instinct of boyhood urged him to hold his father back for his mother's sake, the realization his own helplessness stirred bitter frustration in him. His mother, of course, was not at all pleased at Kiyoaki's accompanying her husband on these evening strolls, but the more she resented it, the more her husband persisted in taking Kiyoaki by the hand. Kiyoaki had been quick to detect his father's covert desire to make him an accomplice to his mother's betrayal. This walk, however, on a cold November night, was something quite new. As his father put on the overcoat proffered by the butler, Kiyoaki left the billiard room to fetch the uniform coat of metal with metal buttons that he wore at school. As always, the butler was waiting at the door with the usual present wrapped in purple crepe. Then he followed his master at the customary distance of 10 paces. The moon was bright, and the wind moaned through the branches of the tree. Although his father did not trouble to glance back at the wraith-like figure of Yamada the steward, Kiyoaki was concerned enough to look over his shoulder more than once, without so much as a cape over his akama. Yamada came along behind, swaying slightly on his unsteady legs, his hands, white-gloved as always, cradling the package of its purple wrapper. His glasses had a frosty sparkle in the moonlight. Kiyoaki wondered at this man, loyal beyond no doubts, allowing almost nothing to pass his lips. How many passions lay spent within this body, like a tangle of rusted spring? Far more than the jovial extrovert of Marquis, he reserved and seemingly indifferent son was capable of detecting depths of feeling in others. The hooting of the owls and the wind in the trees reminded Kiyoaki, still wine-flushed, of the branches blowing in the photograph of the memorial service. As they walked through the bleak, wintry night, his father was anticipating the moist warmth and intimacy of the rosy flesh that awaited him, while his son's thoughts turned towards death. As the Marquis went along elated by the wine and scattered pebbles with the tip of his walking stick, he suddenly turned to Kiyoaki. "You are not much of one for having a good time, are you? I couldn't tell how many women I have had at your age. Look here, suppose I take you with me next time. I'll see that there are plenty of geishas there, and for once you can kick up your heels. And you bring along some friends of yours from school if you want." "No, thank you." Kiyoaki shuddered as he blurted this out. He felt his feet suddenly glued to the ground. At this one remark his elation shuddered like a vase striking the floor. "What's the matter?" "Please, will you excuse me? Good night." Kiyoaki turned around on his heel and walked rapidly back past the dimly lit entrance of the western house in the direction of the main residence, whose distant lights, burning in the front door, gleaming faintly through the trees. Kiyoaki was unable to sleep that night, but it was no thought of his mother or his father that was troubling him. On the contrary, he was completely absorbed in revenging himself on Satoko. She has been cruel enough to lure me into a petty trap. For 10 days, she let me suffer. She had just one thing in mind, to keep me in agony. I can't let her get away with it. But then, I'm no match for her when it comes to inventing ways of torturing people. What can I do? What would be the best? What would be the best way to convince her that I have no more respect for the female dignity than my father has? If only I could say or write something absolutely outrageous to her that would strike home. But my trouble is that I'm always at a disadvantage since I'm not bold enough to let people know bluntly how I really feel. I wouldn't be enough to tell her that she doesn't interest me, that at the least. That would that would still leave her plenty of room to scheme. I have to insult her. I have to humiliate her so completely that she will never come back for more. That's what I have to do. For the first time in her life, I'm going to make her sorry for what she has done. Despite all this, Kiyoaki's resolutions were feeble. No specific plan had yet occurred to him. A pair of threefold screen stood on either side of his bed, each decorated with poems of Hanshan. At the foot of the bed, a carved jade parrot looked down from its perch on a sandalwood display shelf. Kiyoaki had little interest in anything as currently fashionable as Rodin or Cezanne. His tastes were rather conservative. Sleepless, he stared at the parrot. Every detail of its clouded green jade, even down to the fine carving of the wing feathers, seemed to glow more clearly. Thus, the figure of the bird, however disembodied in the dark, a phantom image that made Kiyoaki uneasy, realizing that the phenomenon was caused by a stray shaft of moonlight coming in through the window. He pulled the curtain all the way open in an abrupt movement. The moon was high in the sky, and its light spilled over the bed. It was dazzling enough to suggest frivolity rather than solemnity. He thought of the cold gleaming silk of Satoko's kimono. With unearthly clarity he saw her eyes there in the moon, those splendid large eyes which he had seen so disconcertingly close to his own. The wind had died. The burning heat of Kiyoaki's body could not be explained by the mere warmth of the room, and something like fever seemed to tingle his earlobes. He threw off the blanket and opened the collar of his nightgown. The fire still burned and seethed under his skin, and he felt that he would find no relief until he took off his nightgown and bared his body to the cold moonlight. Finally, wearied by his thoughts, he rolled over on his stomach, lay with his face buried in his pillow, his naked back to the moon, and the hot blood still throbbing in his temples. And so he lay, the moonlight washing over the incomparable smooth white of his back, its brilliance highlighting the graceful lines of his body to reveal the subtle but pervasive hint of firm masculinity masculinity that made it clear that this was the flesh not of a woman but a still immature young man. The moon shone with dazzling brightness as Kiyoaki's left side, where the pale flesh pulsed softly in rhythm with his heartbeat. Here there were 3 small, almost invisible moles, and much as the 3 stars of Orion's belt fade in strong moonlight, so too these 3 small moles were almost blotted out by its ray. We're on chapter 6. How many hours? We've been doing this for 2 hours? Oh, hello, Flying Ninja. Thank you so much for the comment. Thank you so much. I do try to do something that's not a lot of people do, which is just reading a book on stream. And I thank all of you who are interested in my content somehow. Thank you. Alright, we are now
currently reading Spring Snow by Yukio Mishima, Chapter 6. In 1910, His Highness of King Rama VI had succeeded his late father Rama V to the throne of Siam. One of the princes now coming to study in Japan was his younger brother Prince Patanadit, whose titular name was Prang Chao. His companion, 18 like himself, and also his best friend, was his cousin Prince Krisada, a grandson of King Rama IV, whose titular name was Mon Chao. Prince Pratanadit nicknamed him Kri, but Prince Krisada, in deference to Patanadit's place in the succession, addressed him more respectfully as Chao Pi. Both princes were fervently devout Buddhists, but they not only dressed for the most part like young English gentlemen, they also spoke the language with perfect fluency. Indeed, it was precisely because the new king had been concerned about their becoming too westernized that they had decided upon Japan for the university studies. Neither of the princes had raised any objections, despite one unfortunate aspect to it. Leaving Siam entails the separation of Chao Pi and Kri's younger sister. The love of the two young people for each other was the delight of the court, since the engagement at the end of Chao Pi's studies was foregone conclusion and their future was secure in every way. Yet when he sailed, Chao Pi's grief was so intense as to give rise to alarm to a country whose customs did not favor such direct expressions of feeling. The sea voyage and his cousin's sympathy had helped him considerably to alleviate the young prince's distress, and when they arrived for a stay at the Matsugais, Kiyoaki found their swarthy faces alight with happiness. The princes were free to follow the school's routine as they liked until the winter holiday began, though they were to start attending classes in January. It was decided that they would not be officially enrolled with the new term began in spring, by which time they would have had the chance to acclimatize and also study the language intensively. When they were at the Matsugais, the princes were to occupy two adjoining guest rooms on the second floor of the Western-style house, which had been equipped with a steam heating system imported from Chicago. The period before dinner with the assembled Matsugai's family was awkward for Kiyoaki and his guests, but when the three young men were left to themselves after the meal, stiff formality suddenly eased as the princess began to show Kiyoaki's photographs of golden temples and exotic scenery of Bangkok. Kiyoaki had noticed that the Prince Krisada was no younger than his cousin and yet still retained a certain childish capriciousness. But he warmed to Prince Patanadit, in whom he sensed a dreamy nature of his own. One of the photographs was a general view of the monastery of Wat Po, famous for its huge sculpture of reclining Buddha. Since a skilled artist had applied delicately tinting to the photo, it was almost having temple itself before one's eye. Palm trees were blowing gracefully, every detail of their clustered leaf etched in color against the background in tropical sky, whose vivid blue contrasted sharply with the sheer white of the clouds. The monastery buildings were incomparable. They overwhelmed the spectator with the brilliant sunbursts of gold, scarlet, and white. Two gates outlined in gold, delicately carved, golden bas relief climbed to the white
to the temple's white wall and columns to form a kind of frieze at the top. And then there was the roof, with its array of pinnacles, one of which covered with intricate bas relief of gold and scarlet. From the treasure house in their midst, the gleaming spires of the triple tower soared up into the bright blue of the sky. The princes were delighted at Kiyoaki's look of unfeigned admiration. Then Prince Patanadit began to speak. There was a distant look in his face, wide sloping eyes, whose keen glance contrasted strongly with his soft, round face. This temple is special for me. On the voyage here to Japan, I often dream about it. Its golden roof seemed to float out of the night sea. The ship kept moving. Even by the time the entire temple was visible, it was still a long way from off the shore. Having risen from the waters, it glistened under the stars, the way the light of a new moon shines across the surface of water. Standing on the deck of the ship, I put my hands together and bowed in reverence towards it. As happens in dreams, although it was at night, the temple was so far away, I could make out the smallest details of gold and scarlet decoration. I told Cree about this dream and said that the temple seemed to be following us to Japan, but he laughed at me and said that what was following me to Japan was not the temple but the memory of something else. He made me angry at the time, but now I'm inclined to agree with him. For everything sacred that has substance of dreams and memories, and so we experience the miracle of what is separated from us by time or distance suddenly being made tangible. Dreams, memories, the sacred, they are all alike in that they are beyond our grasp. Once we are even marginally separated from what we can touch, the object is sanctified. It acquires the beauty of the unattainable, the quality of miraculous. Everything really has this quality of sacredness, but we can desecrate it at a touch. How strange man is! His touch defiles, and yet he contains the source of miracles. He certainly puts it in a difficult roundabout way, said Prince Chrysala, breaking in. But what he's really thinking about is the girl he loves back in Bangkok. Chowpi, show Kiyoaki a picture. Prince Patanadit flushed, but his dark skin hid the rush of blood to his cheek. Seeing his guest's discomfiture, Kiyoaki turned the conversation back to their previous topic. Do you often dream like that? He asked. I keep a diary record of all my dreams. Chowpi. Oh! I haven't seen you forever. Welcome. Thank you. Okay, sorry. sorry. Let's continue. Do you often dream like that? He asked. I keep a diary record of my dreams. Chowpi's eyes flashed with interest as he replied. I wish my Japanese were good enough to let me read it. Kiyoaki realized that even though he was having to speak in English, he had just succeeded in conveying to Chowpi his fascination of dreams, something that he had never dared to reveal even to Honda. He felt himself liking Chowpi more and more. From then on, the conversation lagged, and Kiyoaki, noticing the mischievous twinkle in Prince Chrysada's eyes, suddenly realizing the difficulty, he had not insisted on seeing the picture, which was what Chowpi had wanted him to do. Please show me the picture of the dream that followed you to Siam. Followed you from Siam. He hastened to ask, do you mean the temple or the girl? Krisada interjected as playful as ever, and although Chao Pi scolded him for his frivolous manners, he was unrepentant. When his cousin finally took out the photograph, he thrust his hand eagerly to point. Prince Chantrapa is my younger sister. Her name means moonlight, but we used to call her Yin Chan. Looking at the picture, Kiyoaki was rather disappointed to see a much plainer young girl than he had imagined. She wore Western clothes, a dress of white lace. Her hair was tied in white ribbon, and she wore a pearl necklace. She looked with a white ribbon. She looked modest and unsophisticated. Any student at the piers might well be carrying a picture of a girl like her. The beautiful waving fall of her shoulders showed sign of care, but the rather strong brows of her white timid eyes and the lights slightly parted like the petals of an exotic flower before the rain comes. Her features all gave her unmistakable impression of a girlish innocence, unconscious of its own beauty. But of course, that had its charm. But much like young nestling quite oblivious to its power to fly, she was too passively content. Compared to this girl, Kiyoaki thought, Sadoko is 1,000 times more of a woman. And isn't that why she is often so hateful to me? Because she's so much of a woman? Besides, she's far more beautiful than this girl, and she knows how beautiful she is. There's nothing she doesn't know, unfortunately, including how immature I am. Chao Pi, seeing how Kiyoaki was staring at the picture of his sweetheart and perhaps feeling slightly alarmed that he might too be attracted to her, suddenly reached out to his fine-boned amber-skinned hand and retrieved it. As he did so, Kiyoaki's eyes was caught by a flash of green, and for the first time he noticed Chao Pi's beautiful ring. Its stone was a rich, square-cut emerald. On either side of it, a fierce beast's head and a pair of yaksha, the warrior gods, had been finely etched in gold. All in all, it was an immense ring of such quality that for Kiyoaki to have overlooked it until now was proof of how little he was inclined to take notice of others. I was born in May. It's my birthstone, Prince Patanadit explained, slightly embarrassed. Ying-chan gave it to me as a farewell present. But if you wore something as magnificent as that at piers, I'm afraid they will order you to stop, warned Kiyoaki. Taken aback by this, the two princes began to confer earnestly in their native language, but quickly realizing their inadvertent rudeness, they switched back to English for Kiyoaki's sake. Kiyoaki told them that he would speak to his father about making arrangement for them to have a safety deposit at the bank. After this had been settled, and add out a small photograph of his own sweetheart. After this had been settled and the atmosphere had warmed still further, Prince Krisada brought out a small photograph of his own sweetheart, and then both princes urged Kiyoaki to do the same. In Japan, we are not accustomed to exchanging pictures, he said hastily, under the spur of youthful vanity. But I'll certainly introduce her to you very soon. He did not have the courage to show them the picture of Satoko that filled the album that he had kept from early childhood. It suddenly dawned on Kiyoaki that although his good looks had excited praise and admiration all his life, he had nearly reached the age of 18 in the gloomy confines of the family estate without a single female friend other than Satoko. And Satoko was as much an enemy as anything else. She was far from bringing the ideal womanhood, sweetness, and affection incarnate that the two princes would admire. Kiyoaki felt his anger rising against the many frustrations that hemmed him in. What his somewhat tipsy father had said to him on the other day on the evening stroll, though his tone had been very kind, now seemed in retrospect to contain a veiled scorn. The very things that his sense of dignity had made him ignore up to now had suddenly gained power to humiliate him. Everything about this lively young princess from the tropics, their brown skin, the flashing virility in their eyes, their long, slender amber fingers, already so experienced in caresses, all this seemed to taunt Kiyoaki. What? At your age? Not even a single love affair? Feeling his poise evaporating, Kiyoaki, with his last reserve of aloofness and elegance, hurriedly said, I'll introduce her to you very soon. But how was he to arrange that matters? How to show off Satoko's beauty before his foreign friends? How, the very day before, after a long hesitation, Kiyoaki finally sent a wildly insulting letter to Satoko. Every phrase in that letter, a letter whose premeditated insults he had worked and reworked with most painstaking care, was still vivid in his mind. He had begun to writing, I'm very sorry to say this, that your effrontery towards me compels me to write this letter. And from that curt opening, he goes on. Ooh, guys. Great letter.
When I think how often you have presented me with these senseless riddles, withholding any clues in order to make them seem more serious than they really are, numbness strikes this hand of mine holding its writing brush until it withers me. I have no doubt that your emotional whims have driven you to do this to me. There has been no gentleness in your method, obviously no affection whatsoever, not a trace of friendship. There are deep-seated motivation in your despicable behavior to which you are blind but which are driving you towards a goal that is only too obvious. But decency forbids me to say anything further. But all your efforts and schemes have now become a mere froth on the waves. For I, unhappy though I once was, I have now passed one life's milestone, a transition for which I owe you some debt of gratitude, however indirect. My father invited me to go with him on one of his excursions to the gay quarters, and now I've crossed a barrier that every man must cross. To put it bluntly, I spent the night with a geisha my father had chosen for me. Nothing but one of those exercises in pleasures that society sanctions for man. Fortunately enough, a single night was sufficient to bring about a complete change in me. My previous concepts of women were shattered. I learned to see girl as nothing but a plump, lascivious little animal, a contemptible playmate. This is the wonderful revelation to be found in my father's kind of society, and having no sympathy for his attitude towards women until last night, I now endorse it completely. Every fiber in my body tells me that I am my father's son. Perhaps, at this point, you may feel that I am to be congratulated on having finally outgrown the dead old-fashioned views of the Meiji era in favor of more enlightened ones, and perhaps you are smiling contemptuously, secure in the knowledge that my lust for paid women will only serve to enhance my esteem for the pure ladies like yourself. No! Let me disabuse you of any such notion. Since that night, enlightenment being exactly what it says, I have broken through all these standards into territory where there are no restraints. Geisha or princess, virgin or prostitutes, factory girl or artist, there is no distinction whatsoever. Every woman without exception is a liar and nothing but a plump, lascivious little animal. All the rest is makeup and costumes. And I must say, I see you as being just like all the others. Please believe that gentle Kiyo, whom you considered so sweet, so innocent, so malleable, is gone forever. Guys, once again we are reading a book about an incel. Great.
Ah! Anyway, let us see where this incel bring us to this story. The two princes must have been somewhat taken aback when Kiyoaki said when Kiyoaki said an abrupt good night and hurried out of their room fairly early in the evening, although he smilingly observed all the usual proper, proprieties expected of a gentleman, such as checking that their bedding was correctly laid out, inquiring after any other further needs, and finally withdrawing with the ritual courtesies. Why is it that at times like this there is never anyone to rely on? Kiyoaki muttered to himself as he fled through the long corridor that led back to the main house from the western one. He thought of Honda, but his exacting standards of friendship made him dismiss the possibility. The night wind howled at the windows of the passageway, with its line of dim lanterns stretching into the distance. Suddenly afraid that someone might see him and wonder at his running and being out of breath like this, he stopped, and as he rested his elbows on the ornamental window frame and pretended to stare out into the garden, he tried desperately to put his thought in order. Unlike dreams, reality was not so easy to manipulate. He had to conceive a plan. It could not be anything vague or uncertain. It had to be as firmly compact as a pill, and with a sure and immediate result. He was oppressed by the sense of his own weakness, and after the warmth of the room he had just left, the cold corridor made him shiver. He pressed his forehead on the buffeted glass and peered out into the gardens. There was no moon tonight. The island and the maple hill beyond formed on one mast in the darkness. In the faint glow of the corridor lamps, he could make out the surface of the pond ruffled by the wind. He suddenly imagined the snapping turtles had reared the heads out of the water and were looking towards him. That thought made him shudder. As he returned to the main house and was about to climb the stairs to his room, he encountered his tutor Inuma and looked at him very coldly. "Have their highnesses already retired for the night, sir?" "Yes." "Young master is about to retire too?" "I have some studying to do." Inuma was 23 and in his final year of night school. In fact, he had probably just returned from class since he was carrying some books under one arm. To be young and in his prime, to have no other effects on him than to deepen his look of characteristic melancholy. His huge dark bulk unnerved Kiyoaki. When the boy returned to his room, he did not bother to light the stove, but began to pace around anxiously, tossing up plan after plan after plan. "Whatever I do, I must do it quickly," he thought. "Is it too late already? Somehow, in the very near future, I have to introduce a girl to the princess as being on the fondest term with me, when I have just sent her this letter. And furthermore, I have to do it in a way that won't cause gossip." The evening paper, which he had no time to read, lay on the chair. For no good reasons, Kiyoaki picked it up and opened it. An announcement for a kabuki play at the Imperial Theatre caught his eye, and suddenly his heart began to thump. "That's it! I'll take the princess to the Imperial Theatre. And for that letter, it can't have arrived already, since I only sent it yesterday. There's still hope. My parents won't allow Satoko to go to a play with me, but if we met by accident, there'll be nothing wrong with that." Kiyoaki rushed out of the room and down the stairs to the room beside the front entrance where the telephone was. Before he went in, however, he looked cautiously in the direction of Inuma's room, which was emitting streaks of light. He must be studying. Kiyoaki picked up the receiver and gave the operator the number. His heart was pounding. His customary ennui had been swept away. "Hello? Is this Ayakura's residence? Please, may I speak with Miss Satoko?" Kiyoaki asked, after the familiar voice of an old woman had answered. From distant Azabu, her voice expressed certain displeasure, though remaining agonizingly polite. Is young Master Matsugae, I believe. I am terribly sorry, but it's so late, I'm afraid. Has Satoko gone to bed? Well, no, I don't believe she has retired yet. After Kiyoaki persisted, Satoko finally came on to the phone. The sound of her warm, clear voice cheered him immensely. Kiyo, what in the world do you want at this time of night? Well, to tell you the truth, I sent you a letter yesterday. Now I must ask you something. When it comes, please, whatever you do, don't open it. Please promise that you will throw it right into the fire? Well, really, Kiyo, I don't know what you're talking about. Something in Satoko's apparently calm voice told Kiyoaki that she had started to weave her usual net of ambiguities, and her voice on this cold winter night was as warm and ripe as an apricot in June. He said impatiently, I know you don't. Just please listen and promise when my letter comes, throw it into the fire right away without opening it, please. I see. Do you promise? Very well. And now there's something else I want to ask you. This certainly seems to be the night for requests, doesn't it, Kiyo? Could you do this for me? Get tickets to the play at the Imperial Theatre for the day after tomorrow for yourself and your maid. A play? The abrupt silence on the other end made Kiyoaki afraid that Satoko might refuse, but then he realized that in his haste, there was something that he had forgotten. Given the Ayakura's present circumstances, the price of a pair of tickets at 2 yen 50 cents per piece would represent quite an extravagance. No, wait. I'll have the ticket sent to you. If your seat's next to ours, people might talk, but I will arrange it so that they are somewhat nearby. I'm going with the 2 princes from Siam, by the way. Oh, how kind of you, Kiyo. Tadeshina will be delighted. I'm sure. I would love to go, said Satoko, making no effort to conceal her pleasure. Sip of tea. Chapter 7. The next day at school, Kiyoaki asked Honda to join him and the Siamese princess at the Imperial Theatre the following night. Honda was pleased and accepted at once, although not without a vague sense of awkwardness. Kiyoaki, of course, did not choose to tell his friend the part of the plan that provided for the chance encounter with Satoko. At home, that evening, during dinner, Honda told his parents about Kiyoaki's invitation. His father had some reservation about the theater, but felt that he should not restrict the freedoms of an 18-year-old in a matter of this sort. His father was a justice of the Supreme Court. He saw that it was an atmosphere of decorum reigned in his household. The family lived in a large mansion in Hongo with many rooms, some of which were decorated in the oppressive Western style popular in the Meiji era. Among the servants were a number of students, and books were to be found everywhere. They filled the library and study, and even lined the hallways and in an expanse of brown leather and gold lettering. His mother too was the opposite of frivolous. She held office in the Women's Patriotic League, and she was rather pained that her son would struck up a close friendship with the son of the Marquis Matsugae, a lady who had no taste for such worthwhile activities. Aside from this, however, Shigekuni Honda's school record, his diligence, his health, and his unfailing good manners were a source of constant pride to his mother, and she never tired of singing his praises to the other people. Everything in the Honda household, down to the most trivial utensil, had the meat had to meet exacting standards, starting with the bonsai in front of the entrance, the screen behind it with the painted Chinese ideogram for harmony, and cigarette case and ashtray laid out in the drawing room, the tasseled tablecloth, and ending with the rice bin in the kitchen, the towel rack in the toilet, the pen holders in the study, and even the various paperweights in the study. Each item was perfection in its kind. And this same care extended to the conversation of the household. In the homes of Honda's friends, one or two old people could always be counted on to come up with absurd stories. In all seriousness, for example, they might recall the night when two moons had appeared in the window, one of them a badger in disguise, who immediately resumed his normal shape and being roundly abused and lumbered away, and there would always be an appreciative audience. But in his own home, a severe glance from his father would make it clear even to the oldest of the maids that to indulge in such ignorant nonsense was out of the question. In his youth, his father had spent many years studying law in Germany, and he revered the German respect for logic. When Shigekuni Honda compared his own home with Kiyoaki's, one aspect of the contrast particularly amused him. Although the Matsugais seemed to lead a westernized lifestyle, and though their house is filled with objects from abroad, the atmosphere of the house was strikingly and traditionally Japanese. In his own household, on the other hand, the day-to-day lifestyle might be Japanese, but the atmosphere had the very much that was Western in spirit. And then, his father's regard for the education of his students' houseboys was in marked contrast to Marquis Matsugai's attitude towards his. As usual, once he had finished his homework, which tonight was French, his second foreign language, Honda turned to some law digests. These were written in German, French, and English, and he had to order them through the Maruzen bookstore. He read these every night in anticipation of the future demands of college work, and also, more significantly, because he had a natural bent to trace everything to its source. Lately, he had begun to lose interest in European natural law that had exercised such a fascination on him. From the day of the Abbess of Geshu's sermon, he had become more and more aware of such a system inadequacies. He realized, however, that although natural law had comparatively neglected in recent years, no other survival system of thought displayed such capacity for survival. It had flourished in different forms, suited to each of the many epochs of 2,000 years in history, from its apparent origin in Socrates and its powerful influence on the formulation of law in the Roman era, through the medium of Aristotle's writings, to its intricate development and codification during the Christian Middle Ages, and its renewed popularity in the Renaissance. This indeed reached such a peak that the period could be called the Age of Natural Law. In all probability, it was this recurrent philosophy that persevered the traditional European faith in the power of reason. Still, Honda could not help thinking that despite its tenacity, 2,000 years of strong, bright Apollonian humanism had barely sufficed to hold off the assaults of darkness and barbarism. Nor was the assault limited to these forces, and another, more blinding light had also threatened it. Since natural law had to rigidly exclude the very possibility of a concept of existence based on romantic and irrational nationalism. However, that might be, Honda did not necessarily cling to historical school of law, which was influenced by the 19th century Romanticism, nor to the ethnic school. The Japan of the Meiji era indeed needed a nationalistic type of law, one that has its roots in philosophy of the historical school. But But Honda's concerns were quite different. He had first been intent to isolating the essential principle behind all law, a principle which he felt must exist, and this was why the concept of natural law had fascinated him for a time. But now he was more concerned to define the outer limits of natural law, which were inevitably pointed up by its claim to the universality. He enjoyed giving his imagination rein to this direction. If the law, he thought, was to do away with the restriction that natural law and philosophy had imposed upon man's vision of the world since ancient times, and break through to a more universal principle, granted such exists, would it not reach a stage where the law itself as we know it would cease to exist? Hello, Chopa Chicken. Thank you for being here. This was, of course, the kind of dangerous thinking that appealed to youth. And given Honda's circumstances, with the geometrical structure of Roman law towering so formidably in the background to cast its shadow over the modern operative law that he was now studying, it was no wonder that he found its orthodoxy rather tedious from time to time. He therefore put aside the legal codes of Meiji Japan, so scrupulously based on the Western models, and turned his eyes in another direction, to the broader and more ancient legal tradition of Asia. In his present skeptical mood, a French translation by de Longchamp of the laws of Manu, which had arrived from Maruzen at an opportune moment, contained much that he found strongly appealing. The laws of Manu, probably compiled over the period of from 200 BC to 200 AD, were the foundation of Indian law, and among faithful Hindus, it maintained its authority as a legal code right up to the present. Within its 12 chapters and 2,684 articles were gathered an immense body of precepts drawn from religion, custom, ethics, and law. It ranged from the origin of the cosmos to the penalties for robbery and the rules for dividing an inheritance. It was imbued by an Asian philosophy in which all things were somehow one, and in remarkable contrast to the natural law and worldview of Christianity, with its passion for making distinctions based on a neatly corresponding macrocosm and microcosm. However, the right of action in Roman law embodied a principle that contradicted the modern concepts of rights. Just as Roman law held that rights lapse when there is no possibility of redress, so too the laws of Manu, according to the procedural rules of the force in the great courts of the Rajas and Brahmins, restricted the suits that might be brought to the trial to the cases of non-payment of debts, and also some 18 others. Honda was fascinated by the uniquely vivid style of laws. Even details as prosaic as court procedure were couched in colorful metaphors and similes during the conduct of a trial. For example, the Raja was to determine the truth and the falsehood of the matter before him, just as the hunter searches out of the lair of the wounded deer by following trail of blood. And in the enumeration of his duties, the Raja was admonished to dispense favors on his people, as Indra lets fall the life-giving rain of April. Honda reads right to the very end, including the final chapter, which dealt with arcane matters that defies classification either as law or as proclamation. God, this is a lot of fucking talk about laws. The imperative postulated in Western law was inevitably based on a man's power of reason. The laws of Manu, however, were rooted in the cosmic law of impervious to reason. The doctrine of the transmigration of souls. This was set out in the laws of a matter of course. In this, deeds proceeds from the body, speech, and the mind, and results in either good or evil. In this world, the soul of conjunction with the body performs three kinds of acts: good, indifferent, and evil. That which proceeds from a man's soul shall shape his soul. That which proceeds from his speech shall shape his speech, and the deeds that proceed from his body shall shape his body. He who sins in body shall be a tree or grass in the next life, and he who sins in speech shall be a bird or a beast, and he who sins in soul shall be reborn at the lowest level of caste. The man who retains a proper guard over his speech, his mind, and his body, regard to all living things, the man who bridles his lust and his anger shall achieve fulfillment. Total liberation shall be his. It is fitting that every man should employ his inherent wisdom to discern how the fate of his soul depends on his adherence and non-adherence to the law, and he should exert himself wholeheartedly in the faithful observance to the law. Here, just as in the natural law, to observe the law and to do good deeds were taken as being the same thing, but here, the law was based upon the principle of transmigration of souls, a doctrine that short-circuited normal rational inquiry. And rather than making an appeal to human reasons, the law seems to play on the threat of retribution, and thus, as a doctrine of law, it placed somewhat less trust in human nature than did the Roman law with its reliance on the powers of reason. Honda had no desire to spend his time mulling over the problem like this, or steep himself in the wisdom of ancients. Being a law student, he was inclined to support the establishment of law, but he was persistently troubled by doubts and misgivings about the operative system that was his subject. His struggles with its painfully intricate and tangled structure had taught him that a broader view was sometimes necessary. This was to be found not only in natural law with its apotheosis of reason that was at the heart of operative law, but also in the seminal wisdom of the laws of Manu. From this vantage point, he could enjoy two worlds: the clear blue of the midday or the star-filled night. The study of law was certainly a strange discipline. It was a net with mesh so fine to catch the most trivial incidents of daily life, yet its vast extension in its time and space encompassed even the external movement of the sun and stars. No fisherman seeking to increase his catch could be more greedy than the student of law. Lost for so long in his reading and oblivious to the passage of time, Honda at last realized that some anxiety that he had better go to bed if he was not to look exhausted when he met Kiyoaki at the Imperial Theatre the next night. When he thought about his friend, so handsome and so hard to fathom, and then considered how unlikely it was that his own future would be anything but ordinary and predictable, he could not suppress a slight shudder. He idly turned over in his mind the triumph with which his classmates so profoundly regaled him, such as using a roll-up cushion to play rugby in a Gion tea house with a flock of young geishas. Then he thought of an episode of his own home this spring that would have been insignificant in a more worldly environment, but which set off immense reverberation in the Honda household. A memorial service to commemorate the 10th anniversary of his grandmother's death had been held at the temple in Nippori, where the family remains were buried, and afterwards the immediate family relatives had shared their hospitality. Shigekuni's second cousin, Fusako, was both the youngest of the guests and the prettiest and most vivacious. In the state Honda household, her loud peals of laughter caused a few raised eyebrows. Despite the day's religious overtones, the awareness of death was not enough to hinder the contented babble of conversation among relatives who had not seen one another for a long time. And so they talked, touching on the dead grandmother from time to time, and perhaps, but much more concerned with telling one another about the children who were the pride of each family. The 30-odd guests wandered about the house from room to room, astonished at finding themselves confronted with books at every turn. A few of them asked to see Shigekuni's study and poke around his desk for a time. Then they left one by one until Fusako alone remained with him. Damn. Thank you for the fall. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, we are close to 180, guys. The two of them sat down on a leather couch by the wall. Shigekuni was wearing his school uniform, and Fusako had a formal purple kimono. Once they became aware that they had been left alone, they became rather awkward with each other, and Fusako's peals of laughter ceased. Shigekuni was wondering whether it would be the right thing to show Fusako a picture album or something like that. But fortunately, he had nothing of the sort at hand. To make matter worse, Fusako suddenly seemed displeased. Until now, he had not particularly attracted to her with her excess of physical energy, her loud, interminable laugh, her habit of teasing him although he was a year older than she, and her constant flurry of activity. Admittedly, she had the warmth of a midsummer flower, but Shigekuni had already come to a private decision. He would rather not have a woman like her for his wife. I'm tired, you know. How about you, Shige, aren't you? Before he could reply, she seemed to fall at the waist and fall towards him in her white obi, like a wall suddenly collapsing. An instant later, her head was snuggled in his lap, and he found himself contemplating the warm, fragrant weight across his knees. He was totally at loss. He looked down at the supple burden settled on his lap, and things remained that way for what it seemed a very long time. He felt powerless to move even a muscle, and Fusako too, once he had so contentedly buried her head in the blue serge of her cousin's uniform. He gave no sign that she ever intended to remove it. But then, the door suddenly opened and revealed his mother and an uncle and an aunt. His mother paled, and Shigekuni's heart gave a thump. Fusako, however, merely looked away in the direction of a newcomer, and then so languidly raised her head. I'm so very tired, and I have a headache too. My goodness, we can't have that. Shall I get you something for it? Not for nothing did his mother hold office in the Women's Patriotic League as she stepped into the breach as a volunteer nurse. No, thank you, I don't believe that it's that serious. This episode added considerable spice to his relative conversation, and although it fortunately did not reach his father's ears, his mother took him very severely to task for it. And as for Fusako, despite his being his cousin, she was never invited to the house again. Honda, however, would never forget those brief moments when her warm weight lay in his lap. And although he had supported her whole entire upper body in his kimono and obi, it was the subtle, complex beauty of her head and hair that had almost attracted him, and that had most attracted him. Its luxuriant mask had pressed against him with the clinging clinging heaviness of smoldering incense. The blue serge of his trousers could not conceal its constant penetrating warmth. It was like that of the heat of a distant fire. What caused it, he wondered? It had radiated from her as if from coals in a fine china vase. It implied that her affection for him was somehow excessive. And hadn't the pressure of her head been a stinging reproof of as well? And then there was Fusako's eyes. While her cheeks were on his lap, he had been able to look down into her wide dark eyes. They were small and vulnerable, as glistening as raindrops, like dancing butterflies momentarily at rest. The flutter of her long lashes was the flutter of their wings, which were as beautiful, speckled as the pupils of her eyes. So insincere, so close to him, yet so indifferent, so ready to dart away. He had never seen such eyes that had roamed ceaselessly in discontent. First focused, then vacant, they were as unsettled as the bubble in the spirit level. But she was not flirting. Her look conveyed even less than it had when she was chattering gaily a few minutes before. Her eyes seemed to express nothing more significant than the headstrong passion that surged in her. The unnerving force of such sweetness and fragrance sprang from something that far more elemental than a desire for flirtation. What then was the pervasive mood of those moments of physical contact which had seemed to stretch into an eternity? Sip of tea. Chapter 8. The main production at the Imperial Theatre from the middle of November to the 10th of December was not a popular modern piece involving actresses, but two kabuki plays featuring such masters of the craft as Baiko and Kojiro. Kiyoaki had picked the classical theatre because he felt that this kind of entertainment would have more appeal for his foreign guests. But as he didn't know much about kabuki, he was unfamiliar with the evening two offerings, the rise and fall of the Taira and lion dance. And so he persuaded Honda to spend his lunch hour in the library looking up the plays in order to explain them to the princess beforehand. The two princes were inclined to bring no more than idle curiosity to bear on foreign plays. Kiyoaki had introduced them to Honda, who had come from school with him, and now after dinner he noticed that they were not paying much attention to his friend's English summary of the evening plays. In such circumstances, Honda's loyalty and utter solemnity moved Kiyoaki's to both guilt and pity. Certainly, none of the theatre party that night was much concerned with the plays themselves. Kiyoaki, for one, was preoccupied. Satoko might have read the letter after all and might break her promise to come. The butler came in to announce that the carriage was waiting. The horses neighed and their breath flared white from their nostril to swirl up in the black wintry sky. Kiyoaki enjoyed seeing horses profoundly displaying their strength in the winter, when their usual musky smell was fainter and their hoofs rang clearly from the frozen ground. On a warm spring day, a galloping horse was only too clearly a sweating animal of flesh and blood, but a horse racing through a snowstorm became one with the very elements, wrapped in the whirling blast of the north wind, and beast embodied in the icy breath of winter. Kiyoaki liked riding in a carriage, especially when he was oppressed by some concern or another, for the bouncing whirl jolted him out of the dog-steady rhythm of his worry, the tails aching away from bare rumps close to the carriage, the manes trailing wildly in the wind, the saliva falling in the gleaming ribbon of gnashing teeth. Kiyoaki liked to savor the contrast between an animal brute strength and the elegant fittings in the interior of the carriage. Kiyoaki and Honda wore overcoats over their school uniforms. The princes, though they themselves were huddled in immense fur-collared overcoats, shivered miserably. "We are not used to the cold," said Prince Patanadit, an unhappy look in his eye. "Some cousins of ours studied in Switzerland, and they warned us that it was cold, but no one said anything about how cold Japan was." "But you'll get used to it in no time," said Honda to console them. They were already on good terms despite their short acquaintance. Since it was December, the season for the traditional end of the year sale, the streets were bright in advertising banners and crowded the shoppers in heavy cloaks, all of which prompted the princess to ask what festival was being celebrated. For the past 2 days or more, the faces of both Prince Patanadit and even the heedless and irrepressible Kristadada had become more and more downcast, and an unmistakable proof of homesickness. Naturally, they were careful not to be too open about this, as they did not wish to be affront Kiyoaki's hospitality. Yet he knew that their thoughts were somewhere else, adrift in some broad ocean. But he was pleased by it, for to him the idea of human emotions remaining steadfast and inextricably anchored in the body, in the here and now, was unbearably oppressive. As they were passing Hibiya Park and approaching the moat of the Imperial Palace, the three-storied white theatre loomed up ahead in the early darkness of the winter's evening. When they entered the theatre, the new play that came first on Satoko's program was already in progress. Kiyoaki picked out Satoko where she sat beside her old servant Tadeshina. Their seats are 2 or 3 rows behind and somewhat to one side of the young man. Seeing her there and catching the hint of a flashing smile, Kiyoaki was ready to forgive her everything. During the rest of the first play, while the two rival generals of the Kamakura era marshaled their forces against each other on stage, Kiyoaki watched them as though in daze. Everything on the stage paled before his self-esteem, and now he was delivered from any threat to it. Tonight Satoko is more beautiful than ever, he thought. She has taken care of her toilette. She came looking just as I hoped she would. Kiyoaki was delighted with the way of things had turned out. He congratulated himself over and over as she sat there, secure in his contentment, unable to turn and look in Satoko's direction, but basking in the warmth of her beauty, so close at hand. He could not wish for anything more. What he had wanted of her tonight was a beautiful presence, a demand that he had never previously made on her. On reflection, he realized that he had not been accustomed to thinking of Satoko in terms of beauty. Though he had never exactly considered her as a confirmed enemy, she was nevertheless like fine silk disguising as a sharp needle, or rich brocade that hid an abrasive underside. Above all, she was the woman who loved him without having bothered to consult him at all in the matter. This Kiyoaki could not bear. Not for him the meek acceptance of favors granted. He had always firmly shuttered his heart against the rising sun, for fear that a single ray of its harsh, overcritical brilliance might pierce through. The intermission came. Everything went off naturally. First, Kiyoaki turned to Honda and whispered to him that by a remarkable coincidence Satoko was there. And although the look in his friend's eyes, after a quick glance backward, left no doubt that he knew that something more than chance was at work, this, surprising enough, did not shake Kiyoaki's complacency in the least. For Honda's look was eloquent proof of Kiyoaki's concept of friendship, which never demanded an excess of honesty. There was a bustle of talk and movement as everyone went out into the lobby. Kiyoaki and his friends strolled under the chandelier to meet Satoko and her maid in front of the big window that looked out over to the castle moat and ancient stone walls of the shogun's castle. His ears burning with unaccustomed excitement, he introduced Satoko to the two princes, realizing how inappropriate cold formality would be. He observed all etiquette, but put on the same show of naive enthusiasm he had displayed when he had first mentioned Satoko to the princess. He knew. Thank you. Thank you for attending my reading session. Thank you so much. Where did I? Realizing how inappropriate cold formality would be, he observed all etiquette, but put on the same show of naive enthusiasm he had displayed when he had first mentioned Satoko to the princess. He knew that the expansive surge of emotion, the liberating power of his newly won sense of security enabled him to adopt an alien maturity. Abandoning his characteristic melancholy, he reveled in his freedom. For Kiyoaki knew that he was not at all in love with Satoko. Tadeshina had retired to the shelter of a pillar with all sorts of deprecating gestures, judging from the tightness of the embroidered plum-colored collar of her kimono. One would gather that she had decided to treat these foreigners with circumspection. Her attitude pleased Kiyoaki, who was thus spared her high-pitched acknowledgment of his introduction, although the two princes were delighted to be in the company of such beautiful women. Chao Pi was not too involved to notice the remarkable alteration of Kiyoaki's manner when he introduced Satoko, but never imagining that Kiyoaki was in fact modeling himself on his own boyish earnestness, the prince began to feel a real fondness for Kiyoaki, believing for the first time that he was seeing him behave as a young man should. Honda, on the meantime, was lost in admiration for Satoko, who, although she did not speak a word of English, maintained exactly the right degree of poise before the two princes. Surrounded as she was with four young men and wearing an elaborate formal kimono, she nevertheless carried herself without a least sign of constraint. Her beauty and elegance were self-evident, as Kiyoaki translated for the two princes who were taking turns at plying Satoko with questions. She smiled at him as if to seek his approval. It was a smile that seemed to imply much more than the circumstances demanded. Kiyoaki became uneasy. Sorry? She's read the letter, he thought. But no, if she had read the letter, she would not be behaving like this towards him tonight. In fact, she would not have come at all. Surely she could not have received the letter before he telephoned, but there's no way of knowing whether or not she had read it after his call. It would be pointless to confront her with a direct question because she would be quick to deny it. But still, he grew angry with himself for not daring to do it. Trying to sound as casual as possible, he did his best to discover if there were not some note in her voice that differed from the cheerful warmth of 2 nights before, or some suggestive change in her expression. Once more, the clarity of his self-possession was becoming blurred. Her nose was as well molded as that of an ivory doll, without being so sharply defined as to give her an haughty profile, and her face seemed to glow and fall into soft shadow, alternating between the quick, vivacious movement of her eyes. Alertness of her eyes is usually considered a vulgar trait in women, but Satoko had a way of delivering her sidelong glances that was irresistibly charming. Her smile followed close upon her words as the glance did upon her smile. The graceful The graceful sequence heightened in the bewitching elegance of her expression. Her lips, although somewhat thin, concealed a subtle inner voluptuousness. When she laughed, she was always quick to hide the sparkle of her teeth with the slender, delicate fingers of one hand, but not before the young man had noticed a white brilliance that rivaled that of the chandeliers above. As Kiyoaki translated extravagant compliments of the princess for Satoko, he noticed a blush spreading to her earlobes, almost hidden by her hair. They were shaped with the fluid grace of raindrops, and however hard he peered at them, he was unable to decide whether they owed their heightened color to some cosmetic or to embarrassment. One thing about Satoko, however, transcended all artifice. This was the force of her bright eyes. It unnerved him as it always did. He felt pierced by its uncanny keenness. Its power sprang from her very essence. The bell rang to announce the beginning of the rise and the fall of Taira, and the audience began to file back to their seats. "She's the most beautiful woman I've seen since my arrival to Japan. How lucky you are," said Chao Pi in a low voice as he and Kiyoaki walked down the aisle. Judging by the look in his eyes, one could gather that he had recovered from his attack of homesickness. That was chapter 8. We are going to chapter 9 soon. Alright, chapter 9. It's a long read, guys. I'm so sorry. But it's a very, 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 very thick book, just so you know. I don't want to read more than like 2 weeks for it. Chapter 9. Kiyoaki's tutor in Inuma had come to realize that the 6 years and more that he had spent in the service to the Matsugae household had not only blighted the hopes of his youth but also dissipated the consequent indignation he had felt at first. When he brooded over his frustration circumstances, he did so with a chill of resentment quite different from the hot anger he had once felt. Of course, the atmosphere of the Matsugae's household, so unfamiliar to him, had had much to do with the changes within him. Changes in him. From the very beginning, however, the main source of contagion had been Kiyoaki, now 18 years old. The boy would be 19 this coming year. If Inuma could only see to it that he graduated from the peers with the good marks, and then he was entered in the law school of Tokyo Imperial University when the autumn of his 21st year came around, he would be able to feel that his own responsibility had been properly discharged. However, for some reason that Inuma could not fathom, Marquis Matsugae had never seen fit to take his son to task over his school record, and as things stood now, there seemed little chance of Kiyoaki studying law at Tokyo University. After graduating from the peers, there seemed to be no other course open to him but to take advantage of his privileges as a member of the nobility and enter either Kyoto or Tohoku Imperial University without having to take an entrance exam. Kiyoaki's performance at school had been indifferent. He put no effort into his studies, nor did he compensate for this at all by trying to shine at athletics instead. Had he been an outstanding student, Inuma could have shared this glory, giving his friends and relatives in Kagoshima a cause to be proud of. But by now, Inuma could only dimly recall the fervent hopes that he once had entertained. And besides, he realized bitterly, no matter how far short of the mark Kiyoaki fell, he was still assured of a seat in the House of Peers. The friendship between Kiyoaki and Honda was another a source of irritation. Kiyoaki was close to the top of his class, but he made no attempts to influence his friend for the good, despite Kiyoaki's regard for him. Quite the reverse, in fact. He behaved in Inuma's eyes like an uncritical admirer, blind to Kiyoaki's every shortcoming. Jealousy, of course, played its part in Inuma's resentment. Being a friend and a classmate, Honda was in a position to accept Kiyoaki as he was, whereas for Inuma, he was an eternal monument to his own failure. Kiyoaki's looks, his elegance, his diffidence, his complexity, and his disinclination for any exertion, his languid dreaminess, his magnificent body, his delicate skin, his long lashes over those dreaming eyes, all of Kiyoaki's attributes conspired to betray Inuma's hopes with a careless with the careless, elegant grace of their own. Inuma saw his young master as a constant mocking reproach, so bitter a frustration, a sense of failure to be gnawing in its intensity can, over a long period of time, be transmuted into a kind of religious fervor directed to its cause. Inuma became so enraged at anyone who tried to slight Kiyoaki by a sort of confused intuition of which he himself was unaware. He hang on. Sorry. Unaware. By a sort of confused intuition of which he himself was unaware, he grabbed something of the nature of Kiyoaki's almost impenetrable isolation. Kiyoaki's determination in turn to keep his distance from Inuma doubtless sprang from the fact that he perceived all too clearly the nature of his tutor's burning fanaticism. Of all the retinue in the Matsugai household, only Inuma was possessed in this fervor, something intangible yet quite apparent as soon as one looked into his eyes. One day, a guest asked, "Excuse me, but that houseboy of yours isn't a socialist, is he?" The Marquis and his wife could not help bursting into laughter at this, for they were well aware of Inuma's background, his present behavior, and above all, the zeal with which, day in, day out, he performed his devotion at the Omiya-sama shrine. It was customary for this taciturn young man, who had no words to waste on anyone, to go to the family shrine early each morning, where he poured his heart to the Marquis Matsugai's renowned father, whom he had never known in his life. In the early days, his pleas were shot through with radical anger, but as he grew older, they began to be shaped by a pervasive discontent that now had spread to envelop every aspect of his world. He was the first to rise every morning. He washed his face and rinsed out his mouth, then putting on his indigo striped kimono and okura hakama, and he set off in the direction of the shrine. He walked along the path that led past the maid's quarters at the rear of the main house and through the grove of Japanese cypresses. In cold weather like these mornings, the frost tortured the dirt of the path into tiny spiral mounds. When these were crushed by the blunt impact of Inuma's wooden clogs, they shattered into pure glistening fragments. The morning sun, lying bright and gauzy over the withered brown and green leaf that still clung to the cypresses, shone on his frosty breath rising in the winter air. He felt utterly purified. Incessant bird song filled the pale blue morning sky. However, despite the stimulation of the cold air briskly striking his bare skin under his open-necked kimono. Something wrung his heart with bitter regret. If only the young master would come with me just once. He had never succeeded in communicating this vigorous, masculine sense of well-being to Kiyoaki. No one could hold him responsible for this failure. To force the boy to accompany him on these morning walks was out of the question, yet Inuma continued to blame himself. In the 6 years he had not been able to persuade Kiyoaki to participate even once in this virtuous practice. On the flat crest of the small hill, trees gave way to a fairly broad clearing of grass, now brown and dry, though through which a gravel path led to the shrine. As Inuma gazed at it, in the full force of the morning sun struck the granite torii in front of it, the two cannon shells to either side of the stone steps, a feeling of self-possession came over him. In this dawn, he found a bracing air of purity, free from the stifling luxury penetrating the Matsugae household. He felt as if he were breathing in a new coffin of fresh white wood. Since early childhood, all that he had been taught to revere as honorable and beautiful was to be found, as far as the Matsugae were concerned, in proximity of death. After Inuma had climbed the steps and taken up his position before the shrine, he saw a small bird, a glimpse of dark red breast, as it hopped about the branches of sakaki, rustling the gleaming leaves. Then, with a piercing cry, it flew away. A flycatcher, he thought. He pressed his palms together and as always, invoked Kiyoaki's grandfathers as reverend ancestor. Then, in silence, he began to pray. Why is our era one of decadence? Why does the world despise vigor and youth and worthy ambition and single-mindedness? You once cut men down with your sword. You were wounded by the swords of others. You endured the most terrible dangers, all to be found a new Japan. And finally, having achieved high office and esteem by everyone, you died, the greatest hero in heroic age. Why can we not recapture the glory of your era? How long must this age of the effeminate and contemptible endure? Or is the worst still to come? Men think only of money and women. Men have forgotten everything that should be becoming to man. That great and shining age of gods and heroes passed away with the Meiji Emperor. Will we ever see it like again? A time when the strength of youth will be instinctively give of itself once more. In the present day, when places called cafes are springing up everywhere, drawing in thousands of idle people with money to squander, when male and female students behave so shockingly in streetcars and that it becomes necessary to segregate them, men have lost all trace of that fervor that drove their ancestors to accept the most frightening challenges. Now they are too good for nothing but to flutter their effeminate hands like dry, fragile leaves shaken by the merest puff of air. Why all this? How did such an age come about? An age which has defiled everything that was once sacred. Alas, reverend ancestor, your own grandson, whom I serve, is in every way a child of this decadent era, and I am powerless to do anything about it. Should I die to atone for my failure? Or have things taken their course according to some great design of yours? Oblivious to the call in the fervor of his devotion, Inuma stood there, a virile figure, with his matted chest showing through his open kimono. In truth, he secretly regretted that his body did not correspond to the purity of his zeal. On the other hand, Kiyoaki, whose body he saw as a sacred vessel, lacked the single-minded purity required of all true men. Then suddenly, at the height of his ardent outpouring, as he was getting warmer and warmer despite the chill morning air swirling under the skirt of his hakama, he began to feel sexually aroused. He immediately snatched a broom from its place under the floor and began to sweep out the shrine in the frenzy of energy. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Chapter 10. 3 more chapters to go. I think we can finish it. We can finish.
I think we can finish.
Wow, it's a long read. 4 hours read. I think we can finish it. Let's go. Chapter 10. Shortly after the new year, Inuma was called to Kiyoaki's room. There he found the old lady, Tadeshina, whom he knew to be Satoko's maid. Satoko herself had already been to the Matsugai's house to exchange New Year's greetings, and today, finding occasion to bring some traditional Kyoto bran mash as her own New Year's present, Tadeshina had made her way inconspicuously to Kiyoaki's room. Though Inuma was aware who Tadeshina was, it was the first time he had ever been brought together with her intentionally, and the reason for it was not clear to him. The New Year was always lavishly celebrated in the Matsugai's household. Some 20 or more people come from Kagoshima, and after going to the residence of traditional head of the clan to pay their respect, they were entertained by the Matsugais. The New Year's dinner, cooked in the Hoshigaoka style and served in the black beam main hall, were famous largely because such desserts as ice cream and melon, which were delicacies almost never tasted by country people. This year, however, because the period of mourning for the Meiji Emperor was not over yet, no more than 3 guests from Kagoshima. Among them, the principal of Inuma's middle school, a gentleman who had the honor of having known Kiyoaki's grandfather. Maki Matsugai had established a certain ritual with the old teacher. As Inuma waited on him at the banquet, the Maki would speak graciously to the old man. Inuma has done well here. This year too, the formula had been invoked, and the principal had murmured the usual polite, deprecating word as predictably as someone stamping his seal on a routine document. But this year, perhaps because there was only a handful of guests present, the ceremony struck Inuma as being insincere, a perfunctory formality. Of course, Inuma had never presented himself to any of the illustrious ladies who came to call on the Marquis, as he was taken aback at being confronted in his young master's study by the New Year's guest, who happened to be a woman, however elderly. Tadeshina wore a black kimono patterned with crest, and though she sat upright in her chair with an extreme propriety, the whiskey that Kiyoaki had urged on her had evidently taken some effect. Beneath her graying hair, he gathered neatly into a knot and still unruffled. The skin on her forehead glowed through the layer of white makeup with a shade of snow-covered plum blossom. After acknowledging Inuma with a brief glance, she returned to the story she had been telling about Prince Sayonji. According to what everyone said, the prince enjoyed tobacco and alcohol from the age of 5 onwards. Samurai families are always concerned to bring their children up impeccably, but in noble families, I think you know what I mean, young master. Parents never discipline their children from the moment they are born. Wouldn't you agree? For all the children receive the court of ranks of 5th degree at birth, which qualifies them to be retainers of His Imperial Majesty, and so, out of the reverence to the Emperor, their parents don't dare to be harsh to them. And in court, noblemen nobleman's house, nobody says anything about His Imperial Majesty that isn't absolutely prudent, just as nobody belonging even to the household of a lord would never dare to gossip openly about their master. And that's the way it is. And my mistress too has this deep reverence for His Imperial Majesty. But of course it doesn't extend to the foreign lords. This last was Tadashina's ironic jab at the hospitality extended to the Siamese princess by the Matsugae. Then she hastened to make some amends. But then, thanks of course to your great kindness, I was privileged to be able to see the play again after I don't know how long. I felt that it gave me a new lease of life. One moment, please. One moment, please. Be right back in about a minute. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Interrupted. Okay. Where did I stop? Kiyoaki let Tadashima ramble on as she liked. In asking her to come to his study, he had something quite definite in mind. He wanted to be free of the nagging doubt that had pursued him ever since that night, and so now, after plying Tadashina with more whiskey, he asked her abruptly if Satoko had in fact taken the letter and thrown it unopened into the fire as requested. Her answer came more readily than he might have expected. "Oh, that! The young lady spoke to me immediately after the telephone conversation with you. So when the letter came next day, I took it and burned it unopened. Everything was taken care of. You need not worry about it at all." On hearing this, Kiyoaki felt like a man who had struggled for hours through a tangled undergrowth and at last fight his way into the open. a multitude of delightful prospects unfolded before his eyes. Satoko has not only not read the letter. Satoko, not having read the letter, did two things. Not only did it restore things to their former balance, but Kiyoaki was now happily confident that he had opened up a whole new perspective on life. Satoko had already made an overture whose implications were dazzling. Her annual New Year's visit to exchange greetings fell on a day traditionally set aside by the Marquis for the children of his relative. They would gather at his house, their ages ranging from 3 to 20, and on this one day, he would don the role of a loving father, listening kindly to what each of them had to say and giving counsel when called upon to do so. This year, Satoko had brought some children out to see the horses. Kiyoaki led them to the stable where Matsugae kept their 4 horses. It was decorated for the holidays with the twisted rope traditional in Shinto observance. The horses, with their powerful, smooth muscle bodies suddenly rearing back or kicking their hooves against the board, struck Kiyoaki as having a pulsating life appropriate for the new year. The children were enthralled. They asked the groom for each horse's name, then taking aim at the huge yellow teeth, they hurled salvos of squashed pieces of crumbling candies they had been clutching in their fists. The high-strung beast glared sidelong at their tormentors with bloodshot eyes. This delighted the children even more, since these baleful looks were proof that the horses regarded them as adults. Satoko, however, was frightened by the saliva streaming from the horse's gaping mouth and withdrew to the shelter of an evergreen some distance away. Kiyoaki walked over to join her, leaving the children to the groom. Her eyes were showing the effects of a spiced sake that was traditionally at New Year celebration. What she said, therefore, to the accompaniment of the children's shouts of joy, might have been attributed to this stimulus. At any rate, as Kiyoaki came to her side, she looked at him far from demurely and began to speak with a lilt of the excitement in her voice. I was so happy that night, you know. You introduced me as though I was your fiancé. I'm sure their highnesses were quite surprised that I should be so old. But do you know how I felt then? If I had to die at that very moment, I would have no regrets. My happiness lies on your hands. Be careful with it, won't you? I've never been so happy at New Year's I am now. I never looked forward so much to what the year might bring. Kiyoaki did not know what to say. Why are you telling me all this? He finally asked, and in a strained voice. Oh, Kiyo, when I'm very happy, my words come tumbling out like the doves they release at the launching, flying up and through a burst of confetti. Kiyo, you'll understand soon enough. To make matters worse, Satoko had ended on that phrase calculated to irritate Kiyoaki. You'll understand soon enough. Sorry. How proud and self-satisfied is she? Thought Kiyoaki. So much older and wiser. All this has taken place some days before, and now today, after Tadeshina's account of the fate of the letter, Kiyoaki lost his lingering misgiving, now confident that he was embarking on the new year under the most favorable auspices. He would be rid of the melancholy dream that had plagued his nights. He was determined that from now on his dreams would be happy, his manner would never fail to be open, and since he would be free of depression and worry, he would try to communicate his own well-being to everyone, but dispensing goodwill to mankind is hazardous. business at best, and one that demands a considerable degree of maturity and wisdom. Nevertheless, Kiyoaki was driven by an extraordinary sense of urgency. Whatever his sense of mission, however, he had not called Inuma to his room solely out of the warm desire to dispel his tutor's gloom and see his face transformed with happiness. The sake he had drunk combined with something else to provoke Kiyoaki to rashness. Tadeshina, despite herself herself as a bashing manner and excruciating courtesy, had a certain air about her that put one in mind in the proprietors of a brothel, albeit one with an ancient honorable reputation. An unmistakable distilled sensuality seemed to cling to the very wrinkles of her face, and having her so close at hand aroused Kiyoaki's natural willfulness. As far as schoolwork goes, Inuma had taught me all sorts of things, said Kiyoaki, deliberately directing his remarks exclusively to at Tadeshina. Still, there are a number of things he didn't teach me. Actually, the truth is that there are many things that Inuma doesn't know, and it's just because of this that this from now on, you, Tadeshina, will have to become a teacher to Inuma, you see? Really now, young master? Whatever you mean by behaving like this, said Tadeshina with heavy deference. This gentleman here is already a university student and an old ignorant soul like myself. Exactly. Because what I'm talking about has nothing to do with what's learned in school. Making fun of an old woman! And so the exchange continued, still excluding Inuma. Since Kiyoaki had not indicated that he might take a seat, he continued to stand, looking out over to the pond. The day was overcast, and a flock of ducks swam near the island, from which the dark green crowns of the pines rose and cold and forbidding. The rough brown grass that covered the island reminded Inuma of a farmer's straw raincoat. Finally, at a word from Kiyoaki, Inuma sat down stiffly in a chair. Until then, Kiyoaki had not appeared to notice him standing by the door, which seems odd to him. Perhaps, he thought, his master was making a show of his authority in front of Tadeshima. If so, it was something new to Kiyoaki which pleased him. Well, now, Inuma, let's see. Tadeshina here has just been gossiping about our mates, and just by chance she happened to hear. Young master, please don't! Waving her arms in show of frantic distress, Tadeshina tried to stop him, but to no avail. She happened to hear that the mates are convinced that when you go to the shrine every morning, you have more on your mind than devotion. More on my mind, master? Inuma's face muscle tightened as he clenched his hands, resting in his lap began to tremble. Please, young master, wailed Tadeshina, don't go into it with him. She slumped back in her chair like a carelessly dropped porcelain doll. But despite her manifestation of acute distress, there was a faint but unmistakable gleam in her deep-set eye, and the lines around her mouth, with its badly fitting false teeth, were slack, witnesses to past sensuality. To reach the shrine, you have to pass the rear wing of the house, don't you? Which means, of course, you have to walk right past the windows of the maid quarters, and on your way every morning, you have been exchanging looks with Mine. And finally, just the other day, you slip her a note through the lattice, or so they say. Is it true, or is it not? Before Kiyoaki had finished, Inuma was on his feet. His pale face was contorted in rigid desperation as he struggled to control himself. It was as though a white heat were building within him and ready to explode into a terrible inferno. Kiyoaki was delighted by the look on his face, but which was which was transformed from dull phlegmatic expression he was used to. Though Inuma was obviously in agony, to Kiyoaki his face, contorted into an ugly mask, was happy. "If the master will be good enough to excuse me now," said Inuma, making a rapid turn towards the door. But before he could make another step, Tadashima lunged from her chair to stop him from an alacrity that astounded Kiyoaki. In an instant, she had changed from decrepit old woman to a leopard making its kill. "You mustn't go. Don't you see what will happen to me if you do that? I've served the Ayakuras for 40 years. But if they find out that I'm to blame for somebody being dismissed by the Matsugai because of an indiscretion of my part, they'll do the same to me. Please have a little pity on me. You have to think what will happen. Do you understand what I'm saying? Young people are so rash, but what do we do about it? It's one of the attraction of youth." And so Tadashina clung on to Inuma's sleeve and spoke simply, and to the point, gently remonstrating with the authority that comes with age. Her manner of assured confidence had been perfected over the course of years, during which time she had convinced herself that she was indispensable to the running of the world. Her face was now composed again and radiated the confidence of someone accustomed to supervising the smooth management of events from behind the scenes. In the middle of the solemn ceremony, a kimono might tear at the seam. With dismaying suddenness, someone might forget his copy of the speech of congratulation he had so painstakingly composed. Tadashina's confidence was born of her proven ability to handle this and 1,000 other crises with unflurried efficiency. Things that to most people were shattering bolts from the blue, to her were all in a day's work. And so, by her ready skill to warding off threats of sudden catastrophe, she had repeatedly vindicated her role in life. This tranquil old lady knew that nothing in human affairs could be counted on to turn on precisely as intended. A solitary swallow fleeting across a cloudless blue sky might as well be the harbinger of surprise storm. Thus, Tadashina, with constant reserves of experience, needs no misgiving as to her worth. Inuma had plenty of time to reflect later, but very often a man's whole life alters course because of a moment's hesitation. That instant is like a fold made down the middle of a sheet of paper. In it, the underside becomes upmost, and what was once visible is hidden forever. Standing there in the door of Kiyoaki's study, with Tadashina's clutching him, Inuma's experienced such a moment, and with it the matter was settled. Young and callow as he was, uncertainty cut into him the way a shark fin cuts through the surface of water. Had Mine laughed at his note and shown it to everyone? Or had it come to light some other way, causing her great shame? He desperately wanted to know. Kiyoaki studied him as he sat down again. He had won a victory that gave him little cause for pride. He gave up all hope of extending his benevolence to Inuma. There was nothing else to do but to give free rein to his own sense of happiness, he felt, and to work out the details as he went along. He had a new sense of power and felt able to behave with the refinement of maturity. "I didn't bring this matter up because to cause you distress or to subject you to ridicule. Don't you see that Tadashina and I are trying to work out a plan that is best for you? I'm not going to say a word to my father, and I'll make sure that it doesn't reach his ears from any other quarter. As for our immediate course of action, I am sure that Tadashina's vast knowledge and experience in these matters will be great help, won't it, Tadashina? True, Mine is one of the prettiest of the housemaids, and that presents a bit of a problem. but you just leave things to me." Inuma's eyes glittered like those of a spy caught in trap. He hung on Kiyoaki's every word, afraid to utter a sound. When he tried to penetrate the substance of Kiyoaki's word, he seemed to release in himself the surging flood of anxieties. On the other hand, when he sat there passively, Kiyoaki's words seemed to bore into his very soul. Inuma had never seen so authoritative an expression on the face of a younger man. He continued to speak with magnanimity that was quite out of character. His great hope, of course, had been Kiyoaki would someday acquire a mature poise such as this, but he had never dreamed that this would happen under circumstances like this. In losing to Kiyoaki the way he had, was it not his own lust that had defeated him? He wondered. And after his brief hesitation of a moment ago, had he not felt that his shameful pursuit of pleasure has now become inextricably bound up with loyalty, laid for him so cleverly? Loyalty and service to his master, that was the trap that they had laid for him so cleverly. However, even in the present depth of unbearable humiliations, a small golden door had been opened for him, and in fulfillment of their unspoken bargain, and after Kiyoaki had finished, Tadeshina spoke up in tones as smooth as peeled scallions. "It's exactly the way young master says it is. He has a wisdom far beyond his years." Inuma had always considered Kiyoaki's wisdom to be quite the opposite, but now he listened to Tadeshina without surprise. "And now, in return, Inuma," said Kiyoaki once again, "you must stop lecturing me and join forces with Tadeshima to give me some help. If you do, I'll do the same for your romance. We three could become quite friendly." That was chapter 10. Chapter 11 now. Kiyoaki took up the diary that he kept in his dreams again, kept of his dreams, and wrote, "Even though I have not known the Siamese princess very long, I dreamed of Siam recently. I was sitting on a splendid chair in the middle of a room. I seemed to be held there, unable to move. Throughout the dream, I felt as if I had a headache, and this was because I was wearing tall, pointed gold crown, set with all sorts of precious stones. Above my head, a huge flock of peacocks were perched on a maze of beams, just under the roof, and from time to time white droppings fell on my crown. Outside, the sun was scorching. It was beating dawn in a desolate garden run wild. Everything was still, except for the faint droning of flies and the occasional thud of peacocks' feet on the beam above, or something of rustling of their wings. The garden was surrounded by high stone wall, but there were large openings like windows let into it, and through this I could see the trunks of palm trees, and behind them I piled up white clouds and dazzling and moving. Then I looked down at my hand and I saw what I was wearing. That I was wearing an emerald ring. This of course was child piece, but how it was placed on my finger. But somehow it was placed on my finger. The design was certainly the same, the two weird faces of guardian gods, the yaksha, carved onto the gold on either side of the stone. I stared at the ring glinting in the sun, pouring in from the outside, my eyes held by a pure, flawless white light that sparkled like frost crystal in the center of the emerald. And as I did so, I became aware of the face of the woman, young and beautiful, and gradually formed within it. I turned around, thinking that it was the reflection of someone behind me, but there was no one there. Now the face in the emerald moved slightly and its expression changed. Where it had been serious, it was now smiling. At the moment, the back of my hand began to itch, as one of the swarm of flies hovering above me settled on it. Annoyed, I shook my hand to get rid of it, and then looked at the ring again. But the woman's face had vanished, and then, as I began to feel an indescribable sense of bitterness and loss, I woke up. Kiyoaki never took the trouble to add personal interpretation to these accounts of his dreams. He did his best to recall exactly what had taken place, and he set it down as fully as possible, recording happy dreams or ominous ones just as they were. Perhaps this unwillingness to acknowledge specific meanings in dreams and compulsion for exact description pointed to some deep misgiving of Kiyoaki concerning life itself. Compared to the emotional instability he experienced when awake, his dream world seemed far from authentic. He could never be certain that these day-to-day emotions were part of his true self, that he knew that Kiyoaki was his dream, at least real. The former resisted all attempts at definition, whereas the latter had recognizable form and character. Nor did Kiyoaki use his journal to pour his discontent with irritation of the world around him. Here, on the contrary, for the first time in his life, immediate reality corresponded exactly to his wishes. Inuma, his resistant, utterly crushed, and had become blindly obedient to his master. Together with Tadeshima, he freely served as a go-between to arrange meetings for Kiyoaki and Satoko. This sort of devotion was enough to satisfy Kiyoaki, and furthermore made him wonder if such a thing as friendship was really so important. And in the meantime, being wholly aware of it, he was growing apart from Honda. This saddened Honda, but he has always been keenly aware that he was only a marginal necessity in Kiyoaki's life. He thus knew that their relationship had lacked an element of vital to friendship. The time he would spend in idleness with Kiyoaki, however, therefore, he now spent on books. Besides his study of law in German, French, and English, he read widely in literature and philosophy. And although he did not follow the great Christian leader Kanzo Ichimura, he read and admired Carlyle's Sartre Resartus. One snowy morning, as Kiyoaki was about to leave for school, Inuma came to his study with a conspicuous caution. His melancholy expression and bearing had not undergone any change, but his present obsequiousness robbed them of their power to annoy Kiyoaki. He said, just received. Thank you. Thank you so much. He had, sorry. He said, just received a phone call from Tadeshima. The message was simply this: Satoko was delighted by the snow that she would like Kiyoaki not to go to school and come for a rickshaw ride through the snow with her instead. No one had ever made so startlingly capricious a request of Kiyoaki. Ready for school, he stood with his book in his bag in his hand, appalled, and stared at Inuma. What's this? Miss Satoko really suggested something like that? Yes, sir. I heard directly from Miss Tadeshina. There can be no mistake. Curiously enough, as he confirmed this, Inuma seemed more like his former independent self, and he looked ready to lecture Kiyoaki if challenged about it. Kiyoaki gave a quick glance over his shoulder at the garden where snow was falling. This time, Satoko's forceful methods did not wound his pride. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief, as if her scalpel had skillfully cut out a malignant tumor of arrogance. Since the surgery was over before he knew it, this bypassing of his own wishes gave him a kind of keen pleasure. I'll do just as she wants, he said, gazing out thoughtfully at the thick falling snow. Although it was not yet deep, it had already turned the island and Maple Hill the shining beyond to a shining white. All right, telephone telephone the school for me. Tell them that I caught a cold and I'll be absent today. Make certain that no words of this reaches mother and father. Then go to the rickshaw stand and hire a large one pulled by 2 men. Make sure the man can be trusted. I'll walk there. In this snow? Inuma watched as his young master's face flushed crimson. Since Kiyoaki had his back to the window which looked out onto the storm, his face was in shadow, but his blush was no less apparent. This young man, whom he had helped to raise, was not at all inclined to heroism, yet he was so startled to catch himself applauding to the fiery glint in Kiyoaki's eyes. Whatever his purpose, once Inuma had had nothing but contempt for his young master and his ways. But whatever Kiyoaki was up to now, and however self-indulgent he might be, there seemed to be a hidden determination in him that had never shown itself before. Chapter 12. We are almost done for today. The Ayakura residence in Asabu was an old feudal mansion. On either side of the wide main gate, the lattice windows of guard posts protruded from the wall, now a household with a very few visitors. However, there was no sign that the post had been manned recently. The snow had not blotted out the massive ridges of the roof tiles, but rather seemed to have molded itself faithfully to each of them as it fell. A dark figure holding an umbrella, Tadeshina apparently, stood in front of the small door behind the gate, but as Kiyoaki rickshaw approached, she vanished abruptly. As Thank you, Dimitri. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for subbing. It helps a lot. I'm not gonna lie, but thank you for the follow and the sub. I enjoy reading for you all. Roof tiles. Oh, hi. Nice to meet you. Please take a seat. A dark figure holding an umbrella, Tadeshina apparently, stood in front of the small door beside the gate, but as Kiyoaki's rickshaw approached, she vanished abruptly. As it drew up and he sat before the gate, Kiyoaki stared through it, seeing nothing in the garden through the snow. Just so you know, we are currently reading Spring Snow by Yukio Mishima. We are on chapter 10. Chapter 12, sorry. And we are gonna finish at chapter 13, okay? Because I've been reading for 4 hours. Yes, it's been 4 hours. Finally, as it drew up and he sat before the gate, Kiyoaki stared through it and seeing nothing in the garden through the snow. Finally, protected by Tadeshima's half-open umbrella, Satoko appeared in the gateway wearing a purple robe, and she bent her head before stepping out, her hands together at her breast. Kiyoaki felt his chest tighten at this sudden apparition of extravagant beauty, as though a billowing cloud of purple had burst out of the tiny gate into the falling snow. Helped by Tadeshina and the rickshaw man, Satoko seemed to float up to meet Kiyoaki as she leaned over to push back the rickshaw hood. But when he suddenly faced her bright, warm smile and whirl of snowflake clinging to her hair and the collar of her robe, he was startled. as if he had been assailed by something nebulous of the torpor of his dreams. This sudden lurching of the light vehicle as Satoko climbed up doubtless strengthened this impression, as did the tumble purple fold of her robe lying heaped beside him, and her heady perfume, whose fragrance seems to draw the very snowflake that swirled in, making them strike against his cold cheek. As Satoko got into the rickshaw, her momentum carried her cheek close to Kiyoaki's for a second, and when she pulled her head back disconcerted to straighten up, Kiyoaki was caught by the supple strength of her neck. It made him think of the smooth white neck of a swan. "What's got into you all of a sudden?" he asked, trying desperately to keep his voice steady. "Mother and father took the train to Kyoto last night. One of our relatives is seriously ill. I was left all by myself, and I began to think how very much I would like to see you, Kiyo. After thinking about it all night, I saw the snow this morning, and then, more than anything else in the world, I want to go riding through the snow with you. I've never done anything so impulsive in my life. You'll forgive me, won't you, Kiyo?" Satoko spoke rather breathlessly in a child's voice that was unlike her. They had already started to move. Their ears rang with the shouts of the two rickshaw-men, one of whom was pushing and the other was pulling. The snow had splashed into patterns that turned from white to yellow in the confinement of the tiny front window of the enclosed cab. In the interior, the light flickered dimly in time of the constant swaying. Kiyoaki had brought a green tartan blanket that was now covering their legs. Since those forgotten days of childhood, this was the first time they had ever been so close together, but Kiyoaki was distracted by the pale light flooding through the cracks of the bonnet of the rickshaw that narrowed and widened as a stream of snow filtered through them. By snow itself, it turning into water on the green blanket, by the loud rustle of the snow pelting down the hood of as if onto the dry banana leaves. "Go wherever you like. Take us anywhere you want to go," said Kiyoaki in answer to the rickshawman. He knew that Satoko's mood was his own. As the men raised the poles, ready to start, both of them sat back in their seats, their bodies slightly tense. As yet, neither of them had even attempted to hold hands. Yet, the inevitable contact of their knees under the blanket was like a spark flaring secretly under the snow. Kiyoaki, gnawing doubt, persisted. Had Satoko really not read the letter? Tadashina denied it emphatically. She can't have, he thought. But in that case, is Satoko just playing with me now? In the conviction that I am completely inexperienced with women? How could I tolerate such an insult? I was so anxious for her not to read the letter, but now I wish she had. Because then to meet me in this insane way on such a snowy morning would mean only one thing. She would be throwing down the gauntlet to a man of the world. And there would be advantage for me in that. The only problem is that I am in fact inexperienced, and I suppose there's no way to hide it. Kiyoaki's thoughts twisted and turned as he sat in the small dark confined square of swaying rickshaw. Since he would not look at Satoko, there was nothing else to do but stare out of the window and flashing brightly through the narrow window of yellow celluloid. Finally, however, he put his hand under the blanket where Satoko was waiting, already in possession of one warm, narrow refuge available. One of the snowflakes blew in and lodged itself on Kiyoaki's eyebrow. It made Satoko cry out, and without thinking, Kiyoaki turned to her as he felt a cold trickle on his eyelid. She closed her eyes abruptly. Kiyoaki stared at the face with its closed lids. Only the subdued crimson of her lips glowed in the shadows, and because of the swaying of the rickshaw, her features, like a flower held between trembling fingertips, were softly blurred. Kiyoaki's heart thumped violently. He felt as if he were being choked by the high, tight collar of his uniform jacket. Never had he been confronted with anything as inscrutable as Satoko's white face, eyes closed, quietly waiting. Beneath the blanket, he felt her grip on his hand tighten slightly. He realized that he was telling him something, and so, despite his terrible sense of vulnerability, he felt that something gentle but irresistible was drawing him on. He pressed a kiss on her lips. Guys? A moment later, the shaking of the rickshaw was about to force their lips apart, but Kiyoaki instinctively resisted the movement until his whole body seemed to balance on the kiss, and he had the sensation that the huge invisible perfume fan was slowly unfolding where their lips met. At the instant, although totally engrossed, he was still keenly aware of his own good looks, Satoko's beauty and his. He saw that it was precisely this correspondence between the two that dissolved all constraint and allowed them to flow together, merging as easily as measure of quicksilver. All that was divisive and frustrating sprang from something alien to beauty. Kiyoaki now realized that a fanatical insistence on total independence was a disease, not of the flesh, but of the mind. Once his anxiety had been erased and he felt increasingly sure that of the girl who was the source of his happiness, their kiss became increasingly passionately intense. Satoko's lips were growing more pliant, and then, just as he began to fear that his very essence might be melted and drawn into the sweet fragrance of her mouth, his fingertips stirred with the desire to touch her flesh. He pulled his hand out of under the blanket and passed it around her shoulders to hold her chin. He felt the small, fragile bone of the woman's jaw with his fingertips and gained a renewed awareness of physical presence quite outside his own. This realization, however, only intensified the passion of his kiss. Satoko had begun to cry. As he realized when her tears wet his own cheek, he felt the urge of pride which owed nothing to his recent mood of altruism, the complacent desire to benefit mankind that had seized him. And in the same way, Satoko's manner had lost all trace of former condescension. So, like that of a critical older sister, as he moved his hand over her body, touching first her earlobe, then her breast. The softness under his fingers excited him. This must be the true nature of caresses, he thought. At last, his sensuality, given to drifting like a rising mist, had settled upon something tangible. His mind was now filled with nothing but his own joy. And this, for Kiyoaki, was the height of abandon. The moment when a kiss ended, it was like awakening reluctantly from a sleep, struggling drowsily against the glare of the morning sun as it struck their eyelids, as they yearned to hold on to the fragment of unconsciousness left to them. That is the moment when sleep is sweetest, when their lips parted and ominous silence seemed to fall. As though the birds had suddenly stopped their attractive song, they looked away from each other and stared fixedly into the space. The movement of the rickshaw, however, saved in the silence into becoming too oppressive. At least they could feel part of some other activity. Kiyoaki dropped his eyes. Beneath the bottom of the green blanket, the toe of a woman's white tabby edged out timidly, like a nervous white mouse peeping out of its grassy burrow. It was already covered in a light dusting of snow. He felt his cheek burning, so he reached over as spontaneously as a child to touch her cheek, pleased to discover the same warmth in her. It was like a tiny promise of summer. "I'll open it up." She nodded. He reached out and unfastened the front flap of the clap. The layer of snow that had collected on it formed a momentary square of solid white crumble away without a sound. The rickshaw man, noticing some movement inside the cab, suddenly stopped. "No, no, keep going!" Kiyoaki shouted. Spurred on by the young man's tone, they broke into a trot again. "Keep going, and as fast as you can." The cab glided through the snow, the rickshaw-men giving cries of encouragement to each other. "Somebody might see," said Satoko, sitting back in the seat, unwilling to show her eyes still wet from tears. "It doesn't matter." The decisive ring in his voice took Kiyoaki by surprise. Suddenly he understood. What he really wanted to do was to challenge the world. As he looked up, the sky above seemed to be a fury of boiling white. The snow was now lashing down right on their faces, and if they kept their mouth open, it lay on their tongues. To be buried in such a drift, it seems like heaven. "Now there's snow in here," she said dreamily. Apparently she meant that it had melted and trickled from her neck to her breast. There is nothing anarchic in the falling snow. However, it fell with the steady solemnity of an ordered ritual. He felt his cheek grow cold and gradually become aware that his heart was fading within him. By now, the rickshaw had climbed to the top of the hill in the fashionable Kasumi section of Azabu. The edge of the slope was skirted by a field that allowed a clear view of parade ground and barracks of Azabu 3rd Regiment below. On the white expanse of parade ground, there was not one soldier to be seen. Suddenly, Kiyoaki had the illusion of seeing a huge mass of troops drawn up, just as the familiar picture of memorial ceremony near Tokuri Temple for the fallen of the Russo-Japanese War. With bowed heads, thousands of soldiers stood in groups with around a white wood cenotaph and an altar covered with white cloth that were blowing in the wind. This scene differed from the photo only in so far as the soldiers' shoulders were covered in white snow and the visors on their caps had turned white. The moment he saw these phantoms, Kiyoaki understood that they had all died in battle. The thousands of troops below had massed not only to pray for the fallen comrades, but to mourn their own lives as well. In a moment, the phantoms were gone. Behind a curtain of snow, scene after scene swept past them. The thick, straw-colored ropes that supported the pines on the steep side of the outer moat bore a dangerous weight of snow, and behind them, the tight-shut window of the small houses, the lamps were burning faintly, although it was mid-morning. "Close it," said Satoko. Kiyoaki shut the front flap, and they found themselves once more in the familiar half-light. In the mood of ecstasy, however, was not to be easily recaptured. Kiyoaki, as usual, was prey to misgiving. "I wonder how she felt when I was kissing her," he thought. She's probably angry about the way I did it. She knows that I get too carried away, and I was all wrapped up in myself just like a child. And it's true, I couldn't think about anything except how wonderful it felt to me." Then Satoko's voice broke into his thoughts. "Shouldn't we go home?" she said, her voice altogether too composed. "There she goes," he thought, "leading me by the nose again." But even as he grumbled to himself, he knew that he was letting pass the moment when he had the chance to change things. He says, "No, let's not go back." But to do that was to reach out and pick up the dice, and his unskilled hand would have frozen at the very touch of them. He was not ready. Last chapter of the day, chapter 13. After this, we are going to end the stream. I've been reading for 4 hours plus. I need to rest. Chapter 13. He went home and concocted a story about leaving school early because of a sudden chill. His mother rushed up to his room to take his temperature. In the midst of this commotion, Inuma appeared to say that Honda was on the phone. Kiyoaki had the greatest difficulty in persuading his mother not to take the call on his place, and when he finally won his point and had gone downstairs to the phone, he was wrapped in a cashmere blanket at his mother's insistence. It's all very simple. The story is that I did go to school today, but had to come home early. No one here knows anything different. Michael? Made uneasy by the glass door at his back, he continued in a low, muffled voice. Don't worry about that. I'll be at school tomorrow, and we can talk about it then. Don't just stop telephoning just because I wasn't at school. You do exaggerate. When Honda rang off, he was shaking with anger at Kiyoki's icy response to his expression of concern, but there was more to it than his unfriendly tone or his rudeness. Honda never once put Kiyoki in the position of having to share a secret. Once he had recovered himself, however, he began to think, to telephone because he wasn't at school today, that's not very like me. And indeed, something more friendly concern that driven him to telephone so hurriedly. When rushing across the snow-covered schoolyard to the administration office at recess to make the call, he had been driven by a feeling of foreboding that he could not pin down. Kiyoki's desk had been empty all morning. Looking at it, Honda experienced the sense of dread of a man whose worst fears are confirmed. The old desk, with its scars under the new varnish, reflected the direct glare of the snow through the window. It made him think of an upright coffin draped in white, the kind used in ancient warriors in a sitting position. His gloom persisted even after he had gone home. Then there was a phone call. It was Inuma with a message from Kiyoaki. He was sorry about the way he had spoken to Honda. If he sent a rickshaw to Honda's house tonight, would he please come to visit him? Inuma's heavy, sepulchral tone depressed him still further. He curtly refused, saying that they could discuss things when Kiyoaki was well enough to go back to school. When Inuma delivered this message, Kiyoaki felt the discomfort of a real sickness. Afterwards, he called Inuma to his room late that night, but insisted of ordering him to do something. He surprised Inuma by unburdening himself of his vexation. Satoko causes nothing but trouble. It's true what they say, isn't it? A woman would destroy friendship of men. If Satoko hadn't behaved so willfully this morning, I wouldn't have given Honda such a cause for anger. During the night, it stopped snowing, and the next day was clear and pleasant. Prevailing over his mother and the rest of the household, Kiyoaki left for school. He intended to get there before Honda and be the first to say good morning, but as the sun rose in the sky, the dazzling splendor of this winter morning worked for a change of mood. He was affected by a deep, insuppressible happiness that transformed him. Later, when Honda came into the classroom and returned his smile with a nonchalant one of his own, Kiyoaki, in a sudden about-face, abandoned his intention to tell him everything about the day before. Honda had managed a smile, but no words. After putting his book back down on his desk, he leaned on the windowsill for a few moments and looked out at the snow. Then, after a quick glance at his watch that presumably told him there were still 30 minutes to spare before class, he turned without a word and walked out. Kiyoaki felt impelled to follow him. A number of small flower beds were laid out geometrically along the side of the school. A 2-story wooden structure in the midst of an arbor, not far beyond the edge of the ground, the beds of the ground dropped away sharply, and a small path led down the slope to a pond surrounded by a grove of trees. Kiyoaki was reasonably sure that Honda would not go down to the pond, since the melting snow would make walking extremely difficult. Just as he had guessed, Honda in the arbor, difficult. Sorry, stopped in the arbor, brushed the snow off one of its branches. Sorry, snow off one of the benches and sat down. Kiyoaki, treading his way through the drift in the snow garden, walked up to him. "Why are you following me?" asked Honda, squinting into the brilliant light as he looked up. "I behaved very badly yesterday." Kiyoaki apologized smoothly. "Never mind, your call was just an excuse, wasn't it?" "Yes." Copying Honda, Kiyoaki brushed some snow off the bench and then sat down beside him. Because of the glare, the two of them had to squint painfully at each other, which greatly reduced the emotional charge in the atmosphere. The pond below was hidden from view, although they only had to stand up to see it through the snow-laden tree branches. They were surrounded by the sound of trickling water, proof that the mounds of snow on the school roof, on the arbor, and on the tree were now melting. The frozen crust that covered the flower beds had collapsed here and there, leaving coarse layered chips of ice that glittered like split granite. Honda expected Kiyoaki to divulge some portentous secret, and yet he didn't want to admit himself that he was curious, which almost made him hope that Kiyoaki would say something at all. Any confidence that smacked even remotely of condescension would be bitterly distasteful. It was Honda then who spoke first, wishing only to find a subject that had no bearing of the issue between them. "You know, I've been thinking a lot about personality lately. Take the times we live in, this school, this society. I feel alien to them all. At least I would like to think that I did. And the same can be said for you too." "Yes, of course," Kiyoaki replied. His tone was uninterested and aloof as ever, yet with a sweetness that was very much in his character. But let me ask you this. What happens after 100 years? Without us having any say in this matter, all our ideas will be lumped together under the heading "The Thoughts of the Age." Take the history of art, for example. It proves my point irrefutably. Whether you like it or not, each period has its own style, and no artist living in a particular era can be completely transcended from that era's style, whatever his individual outlook. Does our age have its own style too? I think I'll be more inclined to say that the style of the Meiji era is still dying. But how would I know? To live in the midst of an era is to be oblivious to its style. You and I, you see, must be immersed in some style of living or another. But we are like goldfish swimming around in a bowl without ever noticing it. Take yourself. Yours is a world of feeling. You appear different from most people, and you yourself are quite sure that you have never allowed your personality to be compromised. However, there is absolutely no way of proving that. The testimony of your contemporaries has no value whatsoever. Who knows? It may just be that your world of feeling represents the style of this era in its purest form. But then again, there's no way of knowing. Well then, who does decide? Time. Time is what matters. As times go by, you and I will be carried inexorably into the mainstream of our period, even though we are unaware of what it is. And later, when they did say that young men And later, when they say that young men in the early Taisho era thought, dress, talk in such and such way, they'll be talking about you and me. We'll be lumped together. You detest that bunch on the kendo team, don't you? You despise them. Yes, Kiyoaki said, uncomfortably aware that the cold was beginning to penetrate the seat of his trousers, but gazing, nevertheless, at some of the green camellia leaves beside the frame of the arbor. Freshly bared by the melting snow, they were gleaming brightly. Yes, I not only dislike them, I despise them. Alright, taking his perfunctory reply in his stride, Honda went on. Alright, then just imagine this if you can. In a few decades, people will see you and the people you despise as one and the same, a single entity. Your slow-witted friends with their sentimentality, their vicious narrow-mindedness that condemns as effeminate anyone who is not like themselves, their harassment of the underclassmen, the fanatical worship of General Nogi, the frame of mind that lets them draw such an incredible satisfaction from sweeping the ground every morning around the sakaki planted by the Meiji Emperor. You, with all your sensitivity, will be seen cheek by jowl with these people when they stop to think about our times and years to come. You see, this is the easiest way to establish the essence of our era. To take the lowest common denominator, once the churning water had settled to calm a surface, you can see the rainbow oil slick floating there. And that's the way it will be. After we are all dead, it will be easy to analyze us and isolate our basic elements for everyone to see. And of course, this essence, the thought that is the foundation of our era, will be considered quite benighted 100 years from now. And you and I have no way escaping the verdict, no way to prove that we didn't share the discredited views of contemporaries. And what standard will history apply to that outlook? What do you think? The thoughts of the geniuses of our age? Of great men? Not at all. Those come after us and decide what was on our minds will adopt the criterion of the uncritical thought patterns of your friends on the kendo team. In other words, they'll seize upon the most primitive and popular credos of our day. You see, every era has been characterized solely in terms of idiocies. Kiyoaki was not sure where this was taking Honda, but as he listened, a germ of thought began to grow in his mind. By now, several of their classmates were to be seen in the open windows of the second floor classroom. The windows of the other classrooms were shut, reflecting the glare of the morning sun and the brilliant blue in the sky, a familiar morning scene. When he thought of the events of the previous day, the morning of the snowstorm, he felt as if he had been drawn unwillingly from the dark world of sensuous excitement into the clear, bright courts of reason. Well, that's history, he said. He was embarrassed by the immaturity of his remarks in contrast to Honda's, but he was finally making an effort to come to grips with the other thoughts. In other words, no matter what we think or hope for or feel, all that has not the slightest bearing on the course of history? Is that what you mean? That's exactly. Europeans believe that a man like Napoleon can impose his will on history. We Japanese think the same of the man like your grandfather and his contemporaries who brought about Meiji Restoration. But is that really true? Does history ever obey the will of man? Looking at you always makes me ponder that question. You are not a great man, and you are not a genius either. But nonetheless, you have one characteristic that sets you quite apart. You have no trace whatever of willpower. And so, I am always fascinated to think of you in relation to history. Are you being sarcastic? No, not a bit. I'm thinking of terms of unconscious participation in history. For example, let's say I have willpower. You certainly have. Say that I want to alter the course of history. I devote all my energies and resources to this end. I will use every ounce of my strength I possess to bend the history to my will. Say I possess the prestige and authority and so necessary to bring this about. None of this would ensure that history proceeded accordingly to my wishes. Then, on the other hand, perhaps 100, 200, even 300 years later, history might veer abruptly to take a course that was so consonant with my vision and ideals, and this without my having anything to do with it. Perhaps society would assume a form that was the exact replica of my dreams of 100 or 200 years before. History, enjoying a new glory that had been my vision, would smile at me with cool condescension and mock my ambition, and people will say, well, that's history. But there is such a thing as time being right for everything, isn't there? Asked Kiyoaki. Your vision's time would finally come, that's all. Maybe it wouldn't even take as long as 100 years, maybe 30 or 40 or 50. That sort of thing often happen. And perhaps even after your death, your will would serve as an invisible guideline unknown to anyone that would help bring about what you wanted to accomplish in your lifetime. Maybe if someone like you had never lived, history would never have taken such a turn, no matter how long it lasted. Even though such cold, uncongenial abstractions were a struggle for him, Kiyoaki felt stirred by a certain warmth and excitement that he knew he had Honda to thank for. He was reluctant to acknowledge satisfaction from such a source. But as he looked around the white-carpeted school grounds with the bare branches of the tree casting snow over the snow-covered flower beds and the clear sound of trickling water in his ears, he knew he was happy that Honda had started this discussion. Even though he must have known that he was still engrossed in the memory of the happiness and fascination of the day before, Honda had chosen to ignore it, a decision that seemed appropriate to the purity of the snow around him. At the moment, some of it had slid off the roof, bearing a few square feet of wet tile, gleaming black. And so, continued Honda, if society turned out as I wanted to after 100 years, you would call that an accomplishment? It must be. Whose accomplishment? That of your will. You're joking. I'll be dead. As I just told you, all this came about without my having had anything to do with it. Well, can't you say that is the accomplishment of the will of history then? So history has a will, eh? It's always dangerous to try to personify history. As far as I am concerned, history has no will of its own. Furthermore, it hasn't the least concern for mine either. So if there is no will whatsoever involved in the process, you can't talk about accomplishments. And all the so-called accomplishment of history prove it. They are no sooner achieved than they begin to crumble away. History is a record of destruction. One must always make room for the next ephemeral crystal. For history to build and to destroy are one and the same thing. Oh my god, this is such a good quote. Jesus Christ. Sorry. I'm fully aware of this. Although I understand it, I cannot be like you and stop being a man of determination. I suppose it's probably a compulsion in my character. No one can say for certain, but I will say this much. Any will has its essence to the desire to influence history. I'm not saying that human desires affect history, only that they try to. Then to some form of will are bound up with history, with destiny, even though this concept of anathema to the will. But in the long run, all human will is doomed to frustration. It's a matter of course that things turns out contrary to your intention. And what conclusion does a Westerner draw from this? He says, my will was the sole rational force involved. Failure came about by chance. To speak of chance is to negate the possibility of any law of cause and effect. Chance is the final irrational acceptable to the free will. Without the concept of chance, you see, the Western philosophy of free will could never have arisen. Chance is the crucial refuge of the will, and without it, the very thought of gambling would be inconceivable, just as the Westerners has no other way of rationalizing the repeated setbacks and frustrations that he must endure. I think that this concept of chance of a gamble is the very substance of the god of Europeans, and so they have a deity whose characteristics are derived from the refuge of so vital to the free will, namely chance, the only sort of god who would inspire the freedom of human will. But what will happen if we were to deny the existence of chance completely? What would happen if no matter what the victory or the defeat, you had to exclude utterly all possible role of chance in it? In that case, you would be destroying all refuge of free will. Do away with chance and you undermine the props under the concept of will. Picture a scene like this. It's a square at midday. The will is standing there all alone. He pretends that he is remaining upright by virtue of his own strength, and hence he goes on deceiving himself. The sun beats down. No trees, no grass, nothing whatever in the huge square to keep him company but his own shadow. At that moment, a thundering voice comes down from the cloudless sky above. Chance is dead. Chance is dead. There is no such thing as chance. Hear me, Will. You have lost your advocate forever, and with that, the will feels his substance begin to crumble and dissolve. His flesh rots and falls away. In an instant, his skeleton is laid bare. A thin liquid spurts from it, and the bones themselves lose their solidity and then begin to disintegrate. The wheel stands with his 2 feet planted firmly on the ground, but this final effort is futile. For at that moment, the bright, glaring sky is rent apart with a terrible roar, and the god of inevitability stares down through the chasm. But I cannot help trying to conjure up an odious face for this dreadful god, and this weakness is doubtless due to my own bent towards voluntarism. For if chance ceases to exist, then will becomes meaningless, no more significant than a speck of rust in the huge chain of cause and effect that we only glimpse from time to time. Then there's only one way to participate in history, and that is to have no will at all. to function solely as a shining, beautiful atom, eternal and unchanging. No one should look for any other meaning in human existence. You are not likely to see things this way. I wouldn't expect you to subscribe to such philosophy. The only things you do put faith in, and that without much thought, are your own good looks, your changing moods, your individuality, and not your fixed character, but on the contrary, your very lack of it. Am I right? Kiyoaki could not manage an answer. For want of anything better, he smiled, knowing that Honda was not trying to insult him. And that for me is the greatest riddle, said Honda, sighing so earnestly that it seemed almost comical. His breath became frosty cloud that hovered for a second in the clear morning air, and it seems to Kiyoaki to be a secret manifestation of Honda's concern for him. Deep down inside, his sense of happiness intensified. The bell rang to announce the beginning of classes, and the two young men stood up. Just then, someone scooped up some of the snow pile on the second floor window ledge and threw down a snowball. It struck the path at their feet in a burst of sparkling fragments. And that is the end of today's reading session. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a really long reading. Now I'm worried. Now I'm worried. How do I do this? I separated this book into four days. It's really long. But I started at 1 o'clock, so yeah, it's like 4.5 hours read. Guys, thank you so much. Anyway, thank you. Okay. Yeah, the end, my manager is AFKing. And thank you, Exia, for staying through the reading session. Alright, thank you to Gato Michi for the follow. Thank you for Koishi Fian for the follow. Thank you to Kin Komodo for dropping by and listening. Thank you so much. Thank you to King TC with a new name, Iyo Sky. I'll just call you Sky. Thank you, Sky, for dropping by to listen. Thank you, Flying Ninja _3 for dropping by my stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your message. Thank you, Chopa Chicken, for dropping by. Thank you, Dimitri, for dropping by to listen to the stream and for your sub. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. And I hope you guys enjoyed today's reading session. Thank you so much. It's a long one. It's a really long one, but I enjoy it. There's some good quotes in there. So far, it feels very rambly. Like I'm gonna be honest. It feels very rambly. It seems like he just like his prose are good. I wouldn't say it's not good. I think his prose are good, but it's just he's very rambly. He at some point talks about law of the like a whole chapter just talking about laws, and that just like kind of like kicked me out for a little bit. But I really enjoyed the whole talk about history on chapter 13. This is very good. I really enjoyed the last chapter. It's really good. I really enjoyed it so far. But then at the same time, right, it also feels like the plot is going nowhere. I'm still stuck at like I'm still stuck at like the beginning of the plot, and it's like 14, it's like 13 chapters in, and I'm still at the same place kind of feeling. So far I would say that although I enjoy certain parts of this book, I enjoy certain ways he writes, I'm not enjoying the way he pays his books. But I wonder if it's like because it's his first book. Yeah, I'm definitely wondering. I don't know if it's his. Honestly, I don't know if this is his first book, but it's the first of his uh, the Sea of Fertility um, uh, cycle of 4 books. So this is the first one: Spring Snow, Runaway Horses, The Temple of Dawn, and The Decay of an Angel. Of those are the 4 books that's like, I think, the same protagonist in it. But yeah, I'm not. Honestly, I'm not, and I'm like, overall experience is, I'll give it a 5 or 6. To be honest, I can't believe I read 14, like 13 chapters, and the story is like going nowhere. Maybe I'm just impatient. I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Deanne, for moderating. Thank you, Twisty, for moderating. Thank you, Deanne, for helping me with Party Finder. Thank you, Exia, for dropping by. I haven't seen you forever. I see you on Twitter every day, but I haven't seen you in my stream for like a long time. I'm so glad that you make your time to come here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Anyway, I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten the whole day. Uh, I'm gonna go eat now. So thank you so much. Thank you once again. And I'll see you guys on Wednesday. I guess Wednesday. If it wasn't so long, I might do a reading tomorrow. But yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break tomorrow, and then I'll see you guys on Wednesday. We're almost at 180 guys, followers. Tell your friends to follow me. If you guys are interested in book reading content. Yeah. I'll see you guys soon. Bye. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Oh wait, I need to send you off with my. Yeah, if you also, by the way, if you guys like look at the channel point redemption, you can read a haiku by Basho now. Because I have the super cool Basho compilation book. It's awesome, man. Yeah, I'll send you guys off with my favorite song in the world.
Have you ever had a dream that you could
Alright, thank you so much for being here with me today. I love you all. Bye bye.